Good morning, everyone. It is July 30th, 8:30. This is a special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners, primarily for Board of Equalization hearings. We always find a couple of things to throw on the agenda as well. The first thing is public comment. If you are here as a protester for the Board of Equalization, if you have a property tax protest, when your case comes up, you will have an opportunity to discuss your case then. So you do not need to use this time, this public comment time for that. Just save everybody a little bit of time if you so choose. Of course, anybody is welcome to mention anything of concern. And if you do choose to speak, you'll have 3 minutes. Comment. If you're on Zoom, you can click the raise hand button and we will bring you over.
We do have one person on Zoom raising their hand.
Okay. Not seeing anyone in the room. Let's go to Zoom.
It's Lori. Lori, I'm going to promote you to panelist and you can give us your public comment. Hi, Lori, you can go ahead with your public comment. She's muted. Lori, oh. Lori, you're still, there we go.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes, welcome. Thank you for coming. If you would please start by stating your name and roughly where you live, and you'll have 3 minutes.
So my name is Lori Staten, and we reside in the old Squaw Pass or Pine Valley Heights area. And property is owned by myself and Lori Denton. And we've lived here, we built the home in 2004, 2003, 2004. So is this the time that I have to appeal?
No, ma'am, you are welcome to speak to anything you'd like to during these 3 minutes. When your case comes up, you will have time to state your case then.
Okay, well, with that in mind, I'll just say good morning.
Good morning. Thanks for being here. Any other hands up?
Not that I see, nope.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to close public comment. We are now sitting as the Board of Equalization. I see that we have 25 cases on the agenda today. So we're going to do our best to respect everyone's time and try to move efficiently through these cases. Of course, we want to respect people's desire to say everything they need to say. I always just think about the last person that's going to hear this case, and it's going to be sometime in the afternoon. And I try to think about that person's life when I'm trying to proceed efficiently here. So the way that we're going to do this, and colleagues, I checked in with you yesterday. I know you support this. We are going to prioritize the people that are in the room. We assume if you're at home on Zoom, you're in a more comfortable setting. And so I see 2 people in the room right now. And then we'll go to Zoom. And when we go to Zoom, I want to prioritize the people that are logged in. If there are people that need to be called or are not logged in, we're going to skip those cases. We really want to prioritize.
And we'll get back to them at the end.
Yes, thank you. Not skip and yes. So as for how your individual case is going to go, we do have information in our packets, anything that you have provided, and all of the comps and the recommendations from the assessor is in our packet. So you don't need to start from zero when describing your case. We will ask the assessor we will ask you to confirm you've received the comps and you're ready to proceed. We'll ask the assessor to brief the case. We will give you 3 minutes to make any statements that you need to make about the case. And then the board will follow up with any questions to you and the assessor about the facts that were brought up during those 2 presentations. And we're moving through these, I think, pretty effectively, board. I think we've been averaging 10 to 15 minutes a case. Some take longer. If your case is complex, we're going to give you the time it needs. Some of them are really simple. I also just want to, Commissioner Lloyd, you yesterday did a good job I just want to ask you if you would like to again describe one of the important things for people to understand is assessed value increases don't affect your property taxes on a one-to-one basis, but you, I think, say it better than me. Can I defer to you?
Sure. Like all of us, our property went up. Ours went up about 40%. And that does not mean my taxes go up 40%. It's a much smaller, single-digit percentage of that. I did talk to Assessor G and she showed me the comps, and unfortunately, one of my neighbors sold their house in the time period. And she has to take that into account. And there are state statutes governing the time period she has to look at and the way she values houses. So it's not a subjective process at all. So, thank you.
Thank you. The kind of information that you can provide that's helpful, there's a lot of information that the board and the assessor just can't consider. Like, we saw a big increase, or we're struggling to pay our tax bills. We simply, by law, can't consider information like that. The information that is really helpful is we think there are more comparable properties and we want you to consider these. Or there's some characteristic about my home. You're saying it has 3 bedrooms. Actually, it has 2. Those are that's the kind of information that we can really use to correct your case and lower your value if appropriate, where appropriate. So we'll be listening especially for that. I don't think there's anything else to add. Is there what did I miss, colleagues, staff? Let's proceed. I'm just going to ask the 2 people in the room, would you just state your names and we'll take you in order of your case number?
Anna Kaplan. And I'm hard of hearing, so bear with me.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Ray Richards.
And I believe Mr. Richards was here first.
It's quite okay. Please let her go ahead.
We've got a gentleman in the room. Let's take up Miss Kaplan. If you would please just join us in the black chair right there.
That would be good. I can hear you better.
Yeah, and the mics can hear you.
I was gonna ask to join you up here to begin with.
Okay, so you get to demonstrate how this goes for everyone. Give us just a moment while we pull up your information.
2554.
Thank you. While I'm doing that, can you confirm, did you receive the comparables from the assessor?
In the mail?
I emailed them to you when you
I know.
confirmed.
Thank God you called me too. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Because I
So-
missed that.
So that's a yes. Is that you did? Okay, excellent. In that case, Assessor G, please proceed. You will have 3 minutes.
Looking at Ms. Kaplan's case and the information she provided to me on her appeal, notice of determination, she's indicating to me that her home is
Falling apart.
disrepairs and on a fixed income. So I evaluated her case and am recommending to change her to a fair condition, which will reduce her value from $701,730 down to $639,370. Now, she did provide a residential appraisal report, which I do not have out there because they are confidential and only for use for the intended user. So you will not see that out there. And sometimes these are really hard to read. I couldn't find the date that was associated with this. Do you know what date it was? 9/30/24, right? Is that when you had an appraisal done? So that was outside our appraisal period.
It was in the nick of time.
Oh, it was 6/30/2024. I found the date. It's just not
Yeah,
easy to
it was
do.
at the last flipping minute.
Yes, and then she did have 4 comparables she provided me with. I did use those comparables in my evaluation. And I have the first one coming up at 129 Martin Drive at 304. The second one at 2339 Sitton Road and that's at 640, 648. And the third one at 1633 Sinton Road, that came in at 749, 668. The most comparable is the 129 Martin Drive at 759, 304. But again, I am recommending a value change with a fair condition to 639, 370.
I'd have to win the lottery to fix this house up to sell it.
I'm dropping it down to fair for you.
Well, thank you very
Yeah,
much.
yeah.
I appreciate
Sure,
that.
yeah.
Thank you,
I
Assessor
know the county needs money though.
Miss Kaplan. I know we've had several conversations about roads, I believe. You will now have 3 minutes. If there's anything that you need to add, something I think the board will be curious about is whether you agree with the assessor's recommendation. You may begin.
Thrilled. I thought this was gonna be a waste of time. But my assessor said, no, you need to go do it. So, thank you very much.
You like that value of 639?
Oh, anything helps.
Gotcha. Okay.
'Cause,
Okay.
yeah, I would have to win the lottery, as I said.
Well,
I
thank,
can't afford to play anymore, so.
thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Would you like a
Thank you.
motion?
Colleagues, any questions or are we ready for a motion? Okay, let's do it.
I move that case number 25-54 be accepted at the reduced rate as stated by the county assessor.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Your
you.
new value.
Coming in, it was a pleasure to
And
see
you
you.
guys have a super day.
Thank you.
I love this county. I gotta tell you.
We do too.
Hi, Janet.
Oh, that's a good way to start the day. It's leadership out of that one. Sir, Mr. Richards, please join us up here. And I'll ask you the same question. Welcome, good morning. Did you have a chance did you receive the comparables? Have you reviewed them? Are you prepared to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So this is case number 2548. Assessor G,
Yes.
proceed when you are ready.
Hey. I am looking at 873 Soda Creek Road, case number 2548. We have a current value of 521,880. I'm looking at some of the properties, his information he has given me on his property. We did go ahead and run comparables. We do have this property in average condition. Looking at a comparable on 2903 South Spring Gulch, I have a comparable value at 542,230. 3035 Mill Creek Road, we have a comparable of 639,740. Looking at 242 Brothers Road, we have a comparable of 537,130. We used the 3 comparables. Now there was a couple that we had to go out of the appraisal district because we didn't have enough sales in that area, and we did do adjustments for those accordingly.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Richards, anything that you would like to add to that? You'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, I don't know if you had a chance to read what I had sent in on the condition of the property. Many of those comparables obviously have larger properties, and I think there was an adjustment for that at 2.7, 2.4, and 18 acres. The house again, was built in 1994. It's had no updates or remodeling to the house at all. We've had some different property issues in landscaping that you've seen that some of these gophers and moles have just decimated our yards and have resisted all efforts at elimination. We've got some big sinkholes and mounds and stuff going on, and no matter what we've tried to this point, they're very persistent and stubborn. I also live in Soda Creek Canyon, which is a very steep grade mountain behind my home. Routinely during raining and snowing and temperature things, rocks and boulders rain down into the backyard, ranging from half a pound to 20 or 30 pounds. It's kind of makes part of that a little bit unusable for children, pets, or comfort, letting your children or pets run out there, not knowing when that's going to occur. Also, as a result of that, some of that has eroded down the main water line, which is 200 some odd feet up the hill. The curb valve is at the main, which is where the city stops taking care of that. As a result of that, that's eroded away some of the material over that would protect that from freezes. We've had several freezes in the last 5 years. First time, according to the city, that it's been reported that this has happened during my ownership. Again, the exterior of the home is wood. It currently needs resealing, waterproofing, staining on the front porch, sanded and sealed in order to maintain it, as it's been probably over 10 to 15 years since that's been done. The house on the roof on the house needs multiple shingle square repairs and new roofing from high wind damage. This high wind damage, because we live in that canyon and we get storm cells and systems coming down from Mount Blue Sky, we get some very high winds and tree branches and stuff hit that and have done some damage to it that I have not been able to get to at this time. We have a 125 amp electrical panel. It's very small for a single family home these days. Putting a freezer in the garage, if you have an EV system you want to hook up or anything, and it's maxed out and really does need updated to a 200 or 300 amp service for your average family home. We have some heating system issues, some boiler stuff we need to take care of, and some zone valves that have failed in the radiant heating, as well as some plumbing. Some toilets need replaced and rebuilt, kitchen sink disposal repaired. The inside of the home is from a 1994. It has wallpapering and different things in it which don't make it very marketable, appealing to today's standards. Those really need to be replaced. The walls refinished, the carpet redone, and the hardwood floors refinished. Again, I had planned to do these repairs over these last 4 years of ownership, but with the economic downturn, COVID, and the recession, it's made it a little bit hard to jump on all those projects. As you well know, it's the cost of doing those things has skyrocketed in supplies, material, and labor. So I believe the cost of repairs to upgrade the home into a competitive, fair market value with the other homes in the surrounding area far exceeds, again, the value assigned by the assessor and the actual current value of a fixer-upper home, which definitely during any type of marketing, during an appraisal, home inspection, all of these things would definitely have to be addressed before it would be considered anything more than at this point, a fixer-upper.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I allowed you to go a little over 3 minutes just to.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I do have a tendency to run on, so please do stop me.
That's okay. That's okay. So at this point, if we have any questions, we'll ask you. Colleagues, what questions do you have? I'll start. Assessor G or Peter Lickman, our county attorney, is online here. I don't think, but I just want to make sure, do we consider sort of landscaping features as part of the value of the home?
We do not.
Okay, just wanted to check on that. I've had to chase
Everything
around
else is
Gophers.
correct, the bedrooms, bathroom, large spaces, that,
Yes, 2.25 bathrooms. I think it says 2.5, but I think difference between quarters and half baths.
Very minimal.
Yeah, very, very minimal in it. Square footage seems accurate. The other thing that I failed to mention is this home is also in a flood zone, which many of these other homes are, requiring very expensive flood insurance.
I remember that house.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I was there with sandbags in 2013.
Mhm.
I
Yeah,
have
so,
photos of it that I got here too, if anybody wants to see. That's when he purchased it though. That's from 2020.
yeah.
So Assessor G, I'm curious, the comments on the condition, and I know we're aware at this point that this is sort of conditioned for the age. This is a home from 1994. It's 30 years old. Do you take those, help us understand, do those condition comments strike you as average or fair?
Probably average at this point for the age. It's built in 1994, this home.
Okay.
The pictures from the,
Yeah, they're,
when I bought it, they look lovely.
yeah, that's.
They're
my
very
first
beautiful looking pictures and all, but it's
one.
not
Yeah, I
really
tried to make note that for.
as
you.
reflective of the home in current conditions over the last, 4 to 5 years. And
Well, I would agree that this is average, not good or very good because of your challenges with
Yeah.
it.
What do you make of the, um, ha- does statute say anything, evaluate anything based on status of being in a flood zone?
We do not have any adjustments for that. Because we wouldn't know that.
That's what I was wondering, if somebody goes to purchase it, is it something that you have to disclose?
we weren't aware of it during the purchase because they weren't required before, but the mortgage company said that part of the house hits that flood zone that was reassessed, I believe, after the big floods in 2013, 2015. And so it was a requirement that we had to, after purchase, deal with.
Wait a minute, the mortgage company told you, but they still gave you a mortgage for it?
Mortgage was dependent upon the flood insurance.
Okay, okay. All right, so you knew about it before purchasing it?
It came up during the closing procedures.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, you still can pull out at that point, but.
yes,
Okay.
not that it's not a worthwhile part of that home, but it does affect its marketable value, I believe.
Yeah, and you, despite your challenges, it looks like it could be a nice home.
It's a lovely home in a fairly nice location. I think it's definitely worth the value of fixing it up. And the value of, would definitely increase as these repairs come along. And as I'm able to financially facilitate those repairs, I think that home makes it a very, very worthwhile investment. It's a very aesthetically appealing home.
I think so too.
I totally agree with that.
Thank you.
Although it does have the flood zone, having the Soda Creek run through the home, the yard is, I think, appealing. It was appealing to me to be able to sit on that porch and have that creek running through the yard. It wasn't appealing to find out I had to get very expensive flood insurance to close on the home. So.
Right, right.
Colleagues, I don't see anything. I mean, I'm going to ask one more question.
Yes, sir.
We know that there was a big flood in 2013 on that stream. Are you any damage to the house from that flood?
There was, it's not on a slab. It does have a crawl space area, and all of that had to be remediated. During that time, they had to remove all of the dirt and also do some foundational work in the home because of that.
Oh, and the work was complete.
Completed before I bought home, shortly after the flood happened. I think, if any of you know the Shepherds, they were very particular about their home and they were, tried to keep it as a nice condition. May not after following owners ran into some problems and troubles to keep it up and to do some things, but the Shepherds were very meticulous, I believe, in the home. When they designed and built it. And
I'm familiar with the previous owner.
Ralph and Patty, yeah.
Okay, so then colleagues, I don't have any other questions for this one. I mean, we've explored the various avenues here from my perspective, and I think the comparables support the value. I think the characteristics of the property are accurate. I don't see that we can do anything here. I agree with the assessor for a denial, but if you want to, of course, ask questions or continue to explore this, I will with you.
Just to let you know, by statute, she has to look at a certain time period for valuing homes.
Yes, ma'am.
And some of the home values have gone down recently. And so the next assessment period, it may be less. So it's worth paying attention to that. And, it may get better then, The other hard thing this year is that was it last assessment period, we all had a $55,000 credit from the state, which we don't now.
Yes.
So that makes it hard when we, suddenly see our home values jump so much. But compared to, we've been doing this for a few days now, and this looks like one of the nicer places. I mean, it's not, the highest rank or even the second highest rank, but a good average. I mean, I would have bumped it up. I mean, it looks really nice. So
Those pictures are again
Oh.
from
there you go.
prior to a lot of these things happening. I believe it to be in more of a fair market value just due to the amount of work that needs done currently.
Yeah, there are people who have fair houses that need a lot.
Considerably more work.
Yeah. But thank you for coming in and
I do agree
talking
with
to us
you,
about it.
Commissioner Lloyd. We've called fair some houses with some pretty severe damage. Anything else, or are we ready for a motion?
I'll make the motion to, deny
Tax relief in
Chester's claim and accept, the assessor's value on 25-48.
I second it.
Okay, motion and a second. All in favor?
I
Aye.
Thank you for
Motion
coming
passes.
in. It's always worth it. Because we don't have all of the information. Bring us information that helps. And then maybe we'll see you in 2 years.
Thank you very much for your time today. Really appreciate that.
Of course.
Yeah, and I would say like submit pictures and stuff if you do come.
Yeah, if there is, more damage.
They did do a pretty nice job when they marketed and did. the
Oh.
photographs. The ones that you're seeing, they looked,
The wide refrigerator.
it looked spectacular. Obviously, the professional photographer did a lot of those and looked at its best. light.
Staging.
So, yeah, it does, they do present a striking contrast to how things are now. And I know those are the only ones that you could, supply. So I probably should have supplied pictures of some of the things that I'm referring to.
Well,
And I'll keep that in
you had a
mind.
good description. It's just, it doesn't rise to the level of dropping it down to fair. I mean, fair is barely inhabitable and poor is uninhabitable. So you have a long way to fall to
I
get to
did
fair.
hear the previous lady saying that her home is basically falling apart, so to be a fair market value. So thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Have a great day, everybody.
Thank you too.
Colleagues, we're
Mr.
doing
Chair.
pretty good so far.
I just
Remind
want-
us, we've got 25 cases to go.
I
Go
just-
ahead, Peter.
I just wanted to remind the board that once a motion occurs and action is taken, there shouldn't be much more discussion on the subject matter of
Okay,
the item, just to be aware.
thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Okay, so let's go to Zoom, and I'm going to take these in order of case number. Megan, I'm just going to ask you who is present. Do you see Heidvogel?
No, not yet. But like I said, there's a number that I don't recognize, and then there is somebody that's name is just T. So.
Okay.
So
if-
you
if-
should,
Yeah, call out the name, and if somebody raises their hand and says, that's me.
yeah, that would be helpful, yes.
Yeah, so when I
James or
say
Sherry?
your name, if you raise your hand, we will know that's you if your name isn't correct in Zoom.
Okay, love it.
And yes, that would be Sherry Heidvogel. The second last name I'm seeing is Agnew.
Jerry Heidvogel? Oh, I'm sorry. Agnew? I don't see them yet.
Robert. Okay. Down the list, I see Elzinga.
He withdrew.
Elzinga withdrew?
Exil got withdrew.
Okay,
Okay, Ballard.
1 second, let me mark that down.
There's Ballard and a Hartung. They are one house of protesting.
Ballard, oh, Ken Ballard is here.
Okay, Mr. Ballard, we're gonna invite you up to, oh, I see Alreda Ballard, a trustee.
Said they're for the same resident.
Yeah,
So do we just pull up one of them and it would have the same information or
you
no?
could probably look at them both, because they probably provided different information because they requested different values,
Okay,
because they each own 50% of the property.
okay, gotcha.
Okay, and then will you remind me, what was the name of that other?
Hartung and Ballard.
Do you see, Megan, a Hartong? An O?
I don't, but Ken is crossed over. Ken are
Yes.
you, okay, are you by yourself?
I am.
Okay,
I don't know if Toby or the Hartungs are going to be on this, but I can represent both sides of the ownership.
Peter, give me some guidance here. I've never done this one. We've got two protests with respect that have partial ownership in the same property. I know the property will have one value. How do you suggest we proceed? I'm struggling to think about how to take up two cases on the same property.
How we do it when we do reassessment, we treat it as one. And then we split it 50-50. We have to evaluate it as a whole.
And so,
That's what's
Peter,
happened in the past.
So I believe what, consistent with what Donna is saying, or Assessor G is saying, you would take up both cases and hear them simultaneously, opening them both. The motions should be singular motions, but since the facts and information related to both properties are identical, you should hear both from both individuals.
okay, thank you. Let me ask you this. Mr. Ballard has stated that he does not believe the Hartongs will be here. Are you okay with us making sure the Hartongs did receive confirmation, and then us taking both cases up right now?
I am, as long as they did receive confirmation.
Yes.
Can you confirm they got notification?
Confirmed. Well, no, Hartung did not confirm.
And was there an outreach by your office
Yes,
via email or telephone,
yes, both.
and you left voicemails and just haven't heard back?
That's correct.
So, Mr. Chair, it does make it somewhat unique, because the Hartong's value is dependent on the outcome of this hearing. So it's really, there are two options. Since we don't have confirmation of notice, we could continue the hearing and allow one more attempt, but it may be hard to confirm without somebody knocking on the door. And if they're seasonal, they may not even be home. So you could do that, or we can proceed with this protest, understanding that if there is any change or denial or any action, the Hartongs could, if they wanted to, reach out and suggest they didn't receive notice. But I think from a practical standpoint, that isn't fair to the current person who's there to not proceed.
I agree with you. And I know that when we send certified mail, we sort of in that way can confirm notice. Did you get a bounce back from your email?
I just got confirmation of delivery.
So we've got a confirmation of delivery of an email. I feel like my instinct is to take up both cases now and proceed.
I'm comfortable with that, understanding there could be a challenge, but I wouldn't foresee that happening based on the information that Donna's provided.
Okay. Colleagues, are you okay with that?
Yes.
Okay. So then we're now hearing, because they are the same property. Are they literally simultaneously, or should we just take up 53 immediately after 52?
No, if I honestly suggest that you just do them simultaneously.
Okay. We are hearing 2542 and 2553. I am going to begin, so colleagues, just need to say this, I'm saying this to the public. We've got both of these agenda items open. We're reviewing all of the information from both of the cases at the same time. Mr. Ballard.
And just one more point. Both of these cases relate to 204 Argentine.
Yes.
Thank you.
So Mr. Ballard, I just want to ask you a quick question now. Have you received the comparables and do you feel prepared to proceed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed, Assessor G.
Okay, we are looking at 204 Argentine Street. The petitioner did submit an appraisal that was done May 25th, 2023, which is within our period. We do take a look at that, but we are required to run the comparables. Now the comparables used in the study of the appraisal one of them was not in the base year, and one of the characteristics were a little off. So we did run comparables on 1002 Tau Street, which came in at 230,640, has quite a bit of high adjustments being made. We have 928 Rose Street coming in at 312,970. And then we also have 1021 Rose Street coming in at 284,990. We do have the condition as average, but the quality at the time of build as fair. 2 beds, 1 bath. Thank you.
Thank you. And I did check and you're using the same comparables for the property in both cases. I appreciate that. Mr. Ballard, please share anything else that the board needs to know about this case and this property. You'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, this is a house that was built by our relatives, both the Hartungs and our side of the family, in 1870. And the key thing is 1870. This is a house that has had virtually no improvements since my great-grandparents lived there at that time. It is literally a museum. All the original furnishings, everything else. But it's not a house you can live in. It has no centralized heating system. If you're there in the winter, you have to keep a coal and wood burning stove going continuously to provide any kind of heat. The electrical system, the plumbing is all original in the building or in the house. It has one bathroom only. It has still a 10 bathtub to it. Most of the fixtures are original to that. So it's not a house where anybody has lived in for well over 50 years. So it's difficult to do comparables since it is just kind of a unique residence. We keep it because it's been in the family for so long and it has some unique furnishings and that type of thing, but it's not really a livable house. And, just really an extreme number of improvements would have to be made to that to even allow it to be used as a full-time residence for anybody. And so I don't think that it's been evaluated on its true condition and its uniqueness of how it's set up there. A lot of the appraisal had a lot of pictures of both the interior and the exterior. We try to keep the house literally just maintained at its current rate so we do not lose things from catastrophic things such as water damage or anything else. But that's all that's being done at this point, and it will be done for the foreseeable future. But literally nothing's changed in this house for over 100 years. And so it's a unique situation.
Thank you. Anything else?
No.
Okay. At this point, we'll proceed with questions. We'll specify who we're asking the question to, colleagues.
Okay, so I'm reading your letter that you submitted, and it looks like you attribute the value to be $315,000.
Yes, the
Which is-
appraisal came in at, for the same time period at that rate. And, that's a market appraisal on that. And with, obviously with extensive review and visual inspection of the house, both inside and outside. So on a different level.
Mhm.
Let me
Okay.
ask, was that, you might actually know the answer to this question. Was that appraisal during the assessment period?
May
It was.
2023. Yes.
Okay. Trouble tracking when the period is. I
I'm
always
looking at,
I
I can't post the appraisal online. It is, like I said, confidential.
which is,
But if you guys wanted, this is my actual, my original. If you want to take a peek at the condition of the home, there's some photos there. Sorry, I can't put it online.
let me make sure I'm understanding Assessor G. Is the assessed value of the home, the whole, I'm just gonna talk about the whole home, is $265,000.
That's just his portion. There's another set, two accounts out there,
Okay, okay.
and they're each valued exactly the same.
I thought somebody was getting that one confused and it was me. So
I was totally confused. I thought your assessed value was more than, I thought the assessed value was less than the
No.
appraised value.
the total value therefore is 530,
Correct.
100.
That is correct. Now, looking at those photos, it appears to be in a fair condition. And you're saying it's not livable?
No, it doesn't have a heating system at all in the house.
Which they didn't have.
Except for a wood stove.
Yeah, and there are houses in Clear Creek that
County.
are heated by wood stoves. But did you say there was water to the house?
Yes, there's water and there's electricity. Most of it's not built on a foundation. It's built on no kind of permanent foundation. Again, built basically in 1870, and it reflects that. And so there's a lot of issues, even structurally, with the building and with the house. And it's, again, it's just not really livable from a full-time basis without extensive improvements to the residents.
Okay, Peter, I have a question for you. This would be very confusing to look back on. I don't see how, in the appraisal here, they account for the fact that it's half and half. Because it's the address of the property. So I'm not sure. I think somewhere it needs to reflect that the appraised value of the property is 530, 100. And, just because the two families each own half of it, I don't understand why we have to split it in half like that. And you can't tell it's split in half by looking at the appraisal sheets.
It's in the legal description.
Okay.
So and Donna,
Yes,
excuse me. Please interrupt me if you feel I'm wrong, but it's a single property.
that's
So
correct.
the fact that it is owned by two different people is a taxation matter in terms of how the property tax ultimately applies. But the board only needs to be concerned with the property itself, the assessed value of the property itself. The board doesn't handle how that's divided ultimately and who pays what.
That's correct.
Right. So when I look at comparables, unless you were also splitting the comparables in half, I'm not sure that they're really.
And we are.
You're
So if you
representing
look at,
the value of the comparable.
correct, you'll look right at the adjusted sales price at the bottom. 2 columns up, we have an undivided interest adjustment, which we're cutting it in half.
Yeah, that
So we're-
seems needlessly complicated to me.
It was very complicated. Typically in these situations, we only have one account and the families are responsible for working out who pays the taxes.
Mhm.
So, and in this case, we do have the 2 accounts. We've had the 2 accounts for years. So the prior assessor probably had approved the two accounts, but typically we have one account. So that's what making this case unique.
I agree with you, Commissioner Lloyd, that it is a little bit dizzying. I'm not sure that this board can do anything to change it, but I agree with your comment. To the value. Here it is. Assessor G, when we have a appraisal during the period that is at odds with your analysis, what do you recommend?
We can consider the appraisal report, but we are required by statute to do the sales approach.
And the appraisal's done for the house as a whole.
That is correct. That's what it appears to be. It is only in Hartung's name. I'm not seeing the name of Ballard within that report.
That further complicates things.
It sure does.
I don't feel like I can look at that appraisal because, and we don't know, how, I mean, if you can't take appraisals regardless, we don't know enough about it.
And the fee appraiser does do it different than ad valorem appraiser. And our county, we are ad valorem appraisers for taxation purposes.
Right.
And we're looking at 2 years in a rear. A fee appraiser looks at current market value.
Right, and the property values have gone down than they were in the state mandated appraisal time period.
I get nervous every time you say that
Why?
because I just don't know we can state that as a fact. When property values go down, you see big economic impacts. But that's okay. We don't need to. That's color commentary for me. That's probably not necessary. Okay, so I agree with respect to what you're saying about the appraisal. I agree with you. I looked through it. I don't see clear comparables with the kinds of adjustments that I'm used to seeing in this ad valorem process. I find the information with the comparables that the assessor is providing to be more compelling. I look and I see when I'm looking at the condition of the property, I see it listed as average. I did see some pictures. It's a 2-bedroom, 1-bath, built in 1868. That is pretty old even for Idaho Springs, where I know this is in Georgetown. I live in Idaho Springs. That's where my frame of reference is. I think my two neighbors, one was 1890 and one was 1880. This is a little bit older than that. But not super uncommon for this.
No, and particularly for Georgetown, which is older.
Yeah. I agree with you, Commissioner Lloyd. A wood burning stove is a heating system that is common in this housing stock. I don't hear any testimony that the plumbing or electrical doesn't work. This appears to me to be a home that someone is choosing not to live to rather than a home that is unlivable. However, I don't know that that's the threshold we need to hit because the condition for the age is listed as average. Do you think average is the right condition? I don't hear testimony
I don't
about.
think it's good. I don't think it's very good.
No.
But I don't think it's poor.
Well, some of the reasons too, like, because gas has not been hooked up, and in today's times, actually, that's happening more again. That homes are not being supplied gas.
Yeah.
We're going back to electric.
That is a good point. I mean, and so I agree it's not good. I wonder in between poor and average is fair. And fair, typically what we see in a home that's fair is a home that needs significant repair, right? We've taken testimony about homes with leaks and damaged floors and needing major foundation work. Sir, can you expand any on the condition of the home relative to kind of the frame I just set?
Well, yeah, I mean, we've had a leak recently in the kitchen area, which was an addition to the original house in 1870. And by that, I mean probably in 1890. But that's had a leak in there. We've had shifting foundation issues because it's just built on rocks. It's not, there's no foundation issue with that. But we had roof things. We had a roofer out there just earlier this spring doing some repairs on there to try to look at some of the issues associated with leaks in the kitchen area. We've also had issues with the electrical system over time. We've eliminated some of the use of electricity in some areas to minimize that. Again, the plumbing is all in that one end of the house where the kitchen is. There's no plumbing to the main portion of the house where the bedrooms are and that type of thing. So it's all in the kind of the quote unquote addition, which again, that's a relative term here. So there are significant things that we've had to deal with in terms of issues and repairs. We were concerned about the structural integrity a few years ago. And we did find out that it is at least structurally okay at this point. But you know, just the systems that are involved with that house. And again, we've had problems with water leaks and other things historically over time.
I'm reading your letter, and a 35% increase is not that large. We personally had a 40% increase, and we've heard of much higher increases. And again, that's over 2 years. And prior to this assessment period, the state was giving, with the 55,000 reduction apply to a home like this?
Yes.
Okay. So that would factor in as well. So it's not as, I mean, it's always a shock to all of us, but it's not as extreme as you seem to think it is.
That is a good point. This is 25% of the increase.
I just have a question about bedroom number 2, what happened in there with the ceiling, and is that part of the wall that's ripped out?
Yeah, the ceiling was replaced honestly before I was born in there. My father had to do that because the ceiling fell in at that point. That's the original plaster, everything else. I mean, you made the comment here a while ago. Well, yeah, some of the on one of these other houses that the wallpaper is older. All that wallpaper in there, and that's what it's come away from the wall in that one bedroom. That's original wallpaper. This isn't any kind. All the wallpaper throughout the house is all original, and so that's where the ceiling fell in there. And at that particular time, probably in the 1950s, that's what they chose. The family chose just to put in there. It's kind of unfortunate because it doesn't obviously fit with the rest of the house, but that was because the plaster ceiling fell in at that point.
I noticed that picture too, and I just don't think, condition for age. I think this is average. I don't hear the assessor recommending that she thinks it's fair.
And this property actually as a whole increased only 26,120.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, 26,000.
That's good.
That's without the adjustment,
Right.
because it was transparent. The homeowner did not see the adjustments that were made, and they've received it 55,000 per account because it's done at an account level.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
So they actually got 110 adjustment as a whole. And I'm gonna talk to the property
Increase.
as a whole, not as
Okay.
50%.
So then we have, my colleague, and just for the record, is pointing out, and I don't know if you noticed this, in the appraisal information, it lists quality as fair or poor. Thank you for pointing that out. I just note that it says fair. It already lists the quality as fair in the house, and that makes sense given that it doesn't have a foundation, et cetera, et cetera. I just,
Yeah, it's definitely not poor. And the condition for its age is,
yeah.
I mean, it's bordering on good, compared to some that we've looked at, but
And so colleagues, I don't have further questions. I don't know if you do, I'm happy to hear them out, obviously, but I agree with the assessor on this one. You're recommending a denial, correct?
This is a very large home too, for
The number of
1374
bedrooms.
for that area.
If I may, I think the issue is the fact that we had an appraisal done during the time frame that we're talking about here, and we have a $200,000 difference. And I realize they're different things. The assessment is different, and the evaluation is different than the appraisal. But still, there is a huge swing between those two in terms of the value of that property. And I think that's the issue. And again, the one thing, the assessor, or not the assessor, the appraiser comes in and looks, at that house in detail. Understand when you're doing the evaluation, you can't do that. And I think that's the difference here.
Thank you. I appreciate that comment that was unprompted. I'm going to ask you to not continue to do that. But your statement is noted. Colleagues, I don't see when I look at that appraisal, the kinds of adjustments that we make in an ad valorem process. And I know I already stated that. I'm just repeating it
Yes.
to have my rationale on the record.
I agree. I think it's a nice looking house.
I support the assessor's recommendation. Any other questions you'd like to ask? Do you support the assessor's recommendation as well?
I do.
Jody?
I'm ready to make a motion if you are.
Yeah, just one quick question. He did talk about the dirt road and you did get that corrected. Says it's on a dirt, it stated it's on a dirt road, not a paved road.
Let me take a quickie. And that won't affect the value, but I can get that corrected.
I appreciate you, Commissioner Hartmanbaugh, making sure that all the
I think
details are
that's all we can
accurate.
do.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Mhm. All right, are we ready?
I think so.
All right. I make a motion for the property at 204 Argentine, case numbers 25-42 and 25-53. Be assessed at the value the assessor originally assessed it at, and to deny the appeal.
Good.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye,
Aye. Thank you for your time, sir.
thank you.
Next on. Let me get this list here. That was Ballard. We also took up Hartong. Hildreth is next. Do we see a Hildreth?
Yes, I see Patrick.
Okay, well, can we pull him up? That was an interesting one, colleagues.
Still on the line.
What's that, Patrick? The last one I moved over. Hi, Patrick.
Hi. Sorry, I tried to be there in person today, but it just wasn't happening. I didn't want to get involved in the wonderful construction.
Oh, I hear you.
Thank you for being here in digits with us today. I have confirmed our audio is good. Can you confirm that you received the
Information provided by the assessor?
Yes, sorry, the comparables provided by the assessor?
Yes, I do have it, and I appreciate Donna calling me as well to remind me to check my email, which I would not have done had she not.
What case
She not
number is
called me,
this?
so thank you very much.
43.
Thank you.
2543 is the case number. Assessor G, please proceed.
Yes.
We are looking at property at 41 Juneau Trail. And We have a current value of $792,800. The petitioner did provide some comparable sales. Comp 1 was not in our base year. Comp 2 was not in our base year. Actually, all of them, I'll just say all of them were not in our base year of July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2024. We ran comparables in that year, those years. And the first one is 378 Aspen Way came in at 847,700. 121 Aspen Way came in at 880,192. 777 Aspen Way came in at 745, 728. We do have the condition of the home as good. This was purchased, let's see here. Was it 2021 you purchased it?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, great. It was purchased in 2021. I do have some photos of the home from the time of the sale. So it is from 2021. And it was purchased at that time for 745. Thank you.
Thank you, Assessor G. Sir, you will have 3 minutes. Please state anything that the board needs to know about your case.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, so the two I did provide were close, but not within the, the time frame. But I highlighted those because they're, right up the street in the same development, and they're, closer to what my, my property essentially. So there's a few things that really stood out to me. I mean, it's definitely, increase of 19 point something percent from the last one, and even before that, it was a 22% increase from the last 2 years from when I bought it, when last time it was assessed. So my tax ended up going up about $1,100, I think, from that time. And I know there's that credit in there somewhere, but one of the main things that's changed and that was never actually recognized is that it's listed as a secondary gravel road, which that just changed officially last year, I believe, in October. I unfortunately missed that hearing, but Juno Trail has never been maintained because before that it was the same status, but it wasn't maintained. Now it's officially not maintained, secondary road. So what that means is, I had to purchase a plow to plow the road, and I have to maintain the road myself, and it washes out several times a year. I had contacted the Road and Bridges a few months back to see if there was any provision to get some sort of just fill, road base to make up for the fact that it's never been maintained as it was classified prior to the downgrade, because it's been, thinned out essentially, and it, continues to wash out with the spring rains and all that stuff. So in the melt off. So there's that. So it's about 100-yard stretch of road that I need to maintain myself. I have another neighbor that is older, so he's not able to do that. So usually comes on me to fix the washouts, and he has some equipment that he has helped in the past for. So aside from that, it is a 1 acre plot, and it's essentially half in a ravine that is a seasonal runoff that wouldn't, without probably $20,000 to $30,000 worth of improvement and fill with culvert work, and that would not, would continue to be prevent it from being usable for anything. So that's about half of the lot size. The other side of that ravine is like a 30 to 40% grade from the property line down to the bottom of where the seasonal water flows, basically. So, a lot of erosion has happened too since I moved there. So, so yeah, for that reason, and again, in consideration of the ones that are a month or two, a couple months outside of the window, I saw it more as around 730 750, 748 is what I think 748 something. Yeah, 748, 800 was what I was shooting for. I think my initial appeal, I had 700 because I was on the cusp of missing the deadline. So I just quickly filled out the card and returned it. But, after some more investigation, that's what I came up with. So, just look, we're also not in a supported, we're probably in the farthest annexed part of the county from the county facilities. We don't have any water or county services.
Sir, you have hit your 3 minutes. This is not a hard cutoff. Please
Sure.
proceed
Yeah, sure,
and
sure.
summarize any final points.
Yeah, just other than the rest of the roads and all the roads that are listed for all these addresses, Aspen Way is maintained by the county, and Steve does a great job of keeping that plowed. But I have to clear out to there, and we don't get any maintenance at all on our road. So, I don't have advantage of most of the county services that everyone else in the county has.
I'm actually on the east end of the county, and we have our own well and septic.
Yeah, I do too. Yeah, so yeah.
Yeah, understood.
Okay, thank you, sir. Anything else?
No, that's pretty much covers it.
Okay, colleagues, let's I know I want to ask some questions about the road maintenance status, but there's probably other items of interest who would like to begin.
I was gonna ask Donna G how the road factors into the value of the home.
Let's take a look.
Well, since we are talking about the road, I have the road list that was approved. This is the current one, approved 12/17/2024. We list Juneau Road.
And he's on Juneau Trail.
Trail, yeah.
Oh. Yeah, sorry, list Juneau Trail as a non-maintained road, so I can confirm that. And Peter, this is gonna get interesting. I don't want to give you PTSD. The map agrees. Okay, I was misunderstanding the list. Never mind. The map matches his testimony that this road is no longer maintained.
I removed that option. It did not change the value.
Thank you. Thank you for correcting the record.
That is correct.
And it did not change the value?
Yep.
And just for the record, when you change something and it doesn't change the value, that's because when you did the regression analysis before you began, you found no significant difference in the sale price of homes based on whether they were on a maintained road or a non-maintained road?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Just a point of clarification. This says condo age? Is this a?
That's condition for age.
Oh,
It's for condition for age.
okay, so it shouldn't say condo.
That's just how it's abbreviated in the system.
Sometimes the abbreviation is there and sometimes it's not. I kinda noticed that too.
Right, yeah, okay.
Um,
Thank you, because it looks like a home, not a condo, right?
And that's not the right abbreviation for condition either. But yeah, makes sense.
I didn't do it. They built the system that way.
Okay, so then, sir, I would just want to ask you, this home does not have southern exposure,
Nope.
is categorized as having a view. Your view is not blocked.
It's partially blocked by trees. It is
Pretty,
trees and power line.
okay, pretty thick, lodgepole pine forest in your neighborhood.
Yeah, and I've thinned it out. I, had to go through and for the insurance, had to go through and thin some of it out, but it's still, still get the, from the upper floor, you can see a little bit over the trees, but it's not clear.
I found after we mitigated, all of a sudden we had a partially unobstructed view of Mount Blue Sky.
Oh yeah. Now we have, we're looking north, so we have view of smaller hills and stuff.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and I'm seeing mostly colleagues upward adjustments. The comparables are smaller in some cases, lower quality in some cases. Sir, your home is listed as good quality here. That's based
Yep.
on what we look at when we see the building permits. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, good. I mean, right now, like the deck, I have to replace the decking because it's a little, weathered by now. That's the original deck, so it's 30, but the deck boards all need to be replaced um on the upper deck because it gets a full, sun exposure in the afternoon.
Yeah, that wouldn't drop down your quality.
No.
Um,
Yeah, I don't see any grounds to change.
I don't have any further questions, and I don't see any grounds to disagree with the assessor either. Jody, how about you?
Which he was going with the 700 or the 748, and he did answer that, so. He's not really asking for much, but I don't see where we can. Have really any wiggle room here.
Okay.
I agree.
I think then we are ready for a motion for denial.
even the land side, the unusable portion of the property, I noticed there's a $19,000 adjustment for the half acre, and actually one for the other 1 acre Aspen, and actually that one, the 121 is right below me um on the same ravine that just sold again 3 months,
Yeah,
4 months ago.
I see that there's an adjustment made for the value based on your property having one steep section and the other one not of 20,000. So
She did factor that in.
it is factored in.
Well, it's factored into that one, but it's not factored into.
No, when they factor in for the comparables, that's compared to yours.
Oh, okay.
That's, yeah. Okay, colleagues, I think we're ready for a motion.
I would like to make a motion to deny the request by the petitioner and accept the assessor's value on case 2543.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
I,
Aye. Thank you, sir.
thank you for coming. It's
Sure.
always worthwhile.
All right, well, thank you for your time. I do love Clear Creek more. I prefer Clear Creek over Jeffco, so
I do
So do
too.
we.
definitely a big difference.
When we're all here.
Okay, colleagues, I think that I'm ready for a bio break. Would you indulge me?
Of course.
Thank you. The next case, when we come back up on the list, is Weber. Megan, if you could look to see if Weber's here and bring them up if they are. The board will reconvene at 10 o'clock or earlier. We are back on the record. We are continuing to sit as the Board of Equalization. The next case is Weber. Is Weber online, Megan?
I don't see a Weber, but there is a phone number that I don't know who that is, so.
If you are online and we state your name, please raise hand and we'll know that that's you. Next is,
And that's the raise hand button on the Zoom.
Yep.
I
And if
think
you're on
it's-
Facebook, you gotta join the Zoom.
and if you are on the phone, I think it's *6, but you can Google that. Next we have Pamela or Richard.
Withdrew.
Okay.
Drew, okay.
Ramaday withdrew.
And then we've got Shiprock Holdings.
Do we have a name for them?
I'll open it and see if I have a name on here.
Lafferty.
Lafferty.
Yep.
Love it. I see Sean.
Okay, Sean, you're gonna get an invite to become a panelist.
All right, Sean Lafferty is joining.
Seeing
No.
in the packet, I'm not seeing the comparables.
There is no comparables on this one.
Sell. Why
Oh,
is
because there
that?
was a sale in the year, so. Well.
Okay, so it's just the what they paid for it.
They're over there. You can stay, camera's off.
Okay, sir, you are welcome to turn your camera on. You are not required to. Can you confirm that your audio is working by saying something?
Yes, this is Sean. Hello.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
I guess I'm not going to ask you if you received the comparables because they're not relevant in this case. Are you prepared to proceed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Assessor G, please proceed.
Okay, this is a commercial property and it's located in Evergreen. According to state statute, we use 5 years of sales for commercial. We're looking at sales that occurred July 1st, 2019, June 30th, 2024. In that period, the property owner paid 1.18 million. We have it valued at 1,027,200. It is under the purchase price for that period, so it was denied.
Okay, thank you. Sir, you will have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. We have this property listed as of November 8th, 2024. So it's been on the market for quite some time. Our immediate adjacent neighbor at 210-212 Beaverbrook Canyon Road also has their property for sale at a value of $112.25 per square foot. The proposed assessed value is at $146 per square foot. And what I'm proposing is a 6% increase instead of the 38% increase proposed. That would give us a comparable at that same listing price of $112.25 per square foot, making the total value $787,433. And there's a few things that need to be fixed at the property. The driveway is in disrepair. We did convert the facility from an office space to a food manufacturing facility, which makes it less marketable. It's a pretty narrow market for that space in that area. There's a lot of property for sale, commercial property for sale on Floyd Hill there, including the condominiums across the highway that we also own. And the value per square foot is more in line with that $112 per square foot that I think is more appropriate. And so we did pay for it like as you stated, but I think the value's dropped for commercial and there's a lot of stuff for sale on the hill there.
Okay, thank you, sir. We're gonna get to questions. If you would indulge me, colleagues, I think I'll ask the obvious one. When there was a sale during the base year, my understanding is that that's the value that we have to use.
That was the value they set the value by the purchase price.
And so my question is, and I know in a Board of Equalization hearing, we can't raise the value. But my question is, why is the assessed value less than the sale amount?
It's because we have that window of the 0.95 and the 1.05 when we do our regression analysis.
And what made you reduce the price?
That would have been the regression analysis.
And tell me more.
So the regression analysis takes into account mass appraisal of all the sales that occurred during the base year that we're using. And so when we're doing it, we are required by statute to use a statutory, a statistical measure. And that statistical measure goes by the characteristics, so it can be within 0.95 of the purchase price or above at 1.05, as close as possible. And it is done by an auditor. We are reviewed by an auditor every year to make sure we are in those measurements.
Okay. So you're within your statistical range.
That's correct.
And you just selected the lowest value.
It automatically does. I don't select.
So it's okay. Is it safe to say, am I understanding this right, that basically the regression analysis showed to take a little bit off the results
That's correct.
coming up with in the
Yep.
system? Okay.
Because it's got to be within that
Fairly
statistical
narrow
measure.
range, but yeah.
And then the comparables like that he has, because homes are for sale currently, cannot be used as well.
Right, well, it has to be businesses, right?
Yes, it's called commercial.
Right, okay, so the comparables to the property cannot be used in today's time because it's not in that window as well
We
as
do,
they're not sales.
we do commercial in the 5-year window.
But can you do it currently? Because he said
No.
properties that are for sale currently.
No, we cannot use current property sales. We have to use it within that window with the period ending June 30th, 2024.
Right.
So even,
And just for clarification, the other accounts that you mentioned in your letter, those are different properties, right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
and then just to the comments about like the change in commercial use, condition, when we have a sale, we can't consider any of that, right?
That's correct.
We're required by statute to go with
The purchase price.
the purchase price or within
Correct.
that range, 95 to 105.
Correct.
Okay, I don't have any other questions, colleagues. I think this one's pretty clear. I don't think we have any space, nor does the assessor, to do anything here.
Right.
Okay, any final
Can I ask-
comments from you, sir?
Yes, are you able to look at comparables?
I'm not going to answer for the assessor on that.
Did I look at comparables? I did not.
And
Is that allowed?
I will on the next assessment period.
And the reason why you didn't is because it's a recent sale?
It's a recent sale. In the next period, it will not be be a sale. It'll be outside the period, and then comparables would be run on a protest.
Okay.
does that satisfy?
Hopefully I still don't own it, but thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and we wish you the best in your business endeavors. Thanks for investing here. I think we're ready for a motion.
I move that the Board of Equalization accept the county's assessment of property number 25-46. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Then next on my list is Gray.
Right.
Not seen a gray.
I'm looking to see if there are any other names on it.
Same thing. We're racing to download fast. Teresa Jane Gray. See a Teresa?
No.
Okay, let's move to the next one. Richards, we got through Staten.
Staten's there. Sorry.
Okay. Let's bring her up.
She's crossed over.
Ma'am, could you please say something to confirm the audio is good?
There we go. Different unmute button.
Hello, sir. You are welcome to turn your camera on. You are not required to. Can you confirm that you did receive the comparables from the assessor and you are comfortable proceeding?
So I did receive the comparables from Donna, and Donna, thanks for also explaining some of the adjustments that were made. I had requested that some additional comps be considered when I sent in the first appeal.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me stop you there. I'm going to ask the assessor to begin. I just wanted your confirmation that you received them, and then we'll go to you. Assessor
Okay.
G, please proceed.
Okay, hi. We have 90 Crow Ridge Road in Evergreen on this property. We originally had it valued at 1,040,170 during the assessor's appeal process. We did drop the property 48,360 down to 991,810 per the comparable sales. The first comparable came in at 1,051,28. The second comparable came in at 1,096,248. Third comparable was the most comparable. It only had 4 adjustments, which is typical, which is the land, the square footage, and the basement. Then we have the fourth one coming in at 1,015,260. And then she did provide some comparables here for me. She had the square footage of the living area and the finished bases combined. We value based on square footage is different than the basement. Some of the comparables were in fair condition. We used some of the comparables that were closer in square footage, but we did use the 330 Lodgepole Drive one that she did put on here, and that comparable came in at 1.15 million. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, ma'am. Sorry for the interruption. Please proceed. You will have 3 minutes.
So it's my turn now.
Yep.
Okay. So the property card for our property, would like to ask how it's determined that we are mountain contemporary versus traditional. I had never really opposed that in the past, but I'm seeing that it does make a significant difference in the adjustments, since Donna explained how the adjustments were done. And there is nothing contemporary about our home. It's, a box with a traditional roof line and traditional windows and nothing contemporary about it. So I would like to add that to the appeal, that the type of property be reconsidered and classified as traditional as opposed to mountain contemporary.
And there is a photo in the comparables in your packet.
Thank you.
And then the
Anything
other
else?
part to correct, and this was included in the appeal letter, is that we are on a non-maintained road. And I understand from the prior appeal that that's not going to change the value, but it should be at least noted.
Okay, anything else, ma'am?
No, those were the 2 greatest concerns.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, shall we discuss the design first?
Sure. And Donna, do you have any more information about this home? Is it just a diagram of?
That's all I have. On my property record card, there is a sketch of it. And the only thing that I'm seeing on the home why it would have been considered a mountain contemporary is because of that front dormer above the front door. I think
If
that's,
you look at comparable number 2, it's a traditional and it has the same cathedral windows on the roof line.
Yeah, I'm looking at the,
Ma'am, you're referring to 1673 Sitton Road? I'm sorry.
no, go ahead.
Yes, I am referring to that picture.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm looking at the, the chimney by the cathedral windows, out to the deck.
And I don't understand exactly, how this would have to get recalculated, but I'm sure Donna would have to do another run at the adjustments if we're categorized as traditional versus contemporary. Seems like some of those adjustments would come off.
Yes, our assessor is able to do that in real time.
Great.
It looks to me, ma'am, like I see, as opposed to one straight roof line, I see one roof line, like I see perpendicular roof lines. Am I?
That doesn't mean it's contemporary. It has 2 traditional roof lines.
That looks like mountain contemporary.
But I would need to see your definition of contemporary.
Assessor, I see that the assessor is,
Working on something here.
help me understand, she said, what's the precise definition of mountain contemporary? I know you've said in similar cases.
right.
You
It's
see one straight roof line.
if we have ridges going up, you've got your dormers, it kind of pops rather than be square. That's kind of what we
So
consider.
a traditional is a box.
Typically, like
Mountain contemporary has details.
has more, there you go. It's got more details. Like the house here, it's got a pointy ridge, but that probably wouldn't be mountain contemporary because it's more square. But just because it has a ridge, it has multiple ridges on it, dormers on it. So it kind of pops, got some more definition.
Okay,
For the record, sorry, just quickly, for the record, she's referring to a home that she can see out the window.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
So that's kind of what we do. It might have rock, it might have stone. It just is a nicer design than a traditional home would have.
Oh, like stone on the exterior.
It could, that's definitely, yes.
Okay. Sorry, Rebecca.
So the exterior was required for fire resistance, the stucco, and that was part of the permit for building. So I'm going to balk a little bit about whether you call that contemporary. It's fire resistant, and so that was the only reason that we went with the stucco on the outside. The home is literally 2 boxes put together at a 90-degree angle.
Thank you, ma'am, and I appreciate your assertion, and it is noted on the record. We'll have questions if we require any additional statements from you. I think what we're talking about when we're talking about stone is not the stucco. I think colleagues were talking about the sort of
wainscoting.
exterior.
Yeah.
Is that wainscoting? Is that? Ma'am, is this? Can
It's
you
faux
say?
stone. If I get to speak, it's faux stone.
I was just going to ask you a question about that to give you an opportunity to speak. Thank you for preempting the question. It's also faux stone on your chimney?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think that makes a difference, does it?
I'm not sure it does either. Assessor G, I'll just ask you sort of in summary, I think this looks appropriately categorized as mountain contemporary to me. Do you agree? Do you disagree?
It's been categorized as mountain contemporary. It could be argued. And looking at an option of Mountain Contemporary, let's see here. I'm running the new comparables based on that.
So while Donna is doing that, just so the board's aware, the assessor there's no definition under Colorado statutes
That's correct.
of mountain contemporary, traditional, anything of those nature. So you generally look to the common definition in those instances of what mountain contemporary is. And that's typically design elements that have modern aspects, but also include mountain or rustic enhancements such as stone, wood. The materials are used that are natural in nature, but the designs, for example, the angles may have a more contemporary look, for lack of a better explanation.
But it doesn't have to be real stone, right?
No, it does not have to be real stone. It's how it appears.
Okay.
So you're looking at things like use of natural or sourced materials that have the wood, stone, metal look, but mountain contemporary you'd have large windows, possibly, clean lines. You're looking at geometric shapes, maybe open concept floor plans, interior, things like that. I don't know if that helps.
It does. Do you have the photo, Peter? I mean,
Yeah, I'm looking at.
I've blown it up so I can see the home, and it looks like a beautiful mountain contemporary home to me.
Yeah, and were I to offer just my opinion, and it's not a legal opinion, but it does seem to meet the definition, the general definition, in my opinion. But of course, it's the board's ultimate decision on that.
It meets the definition to me too. And I'll point you all to my home, which is kind of two rectangular roofs. And it's got stone siding kind of built up the first 3-4 feet up, much like this one. It's got stone chimney on the exterior. It's got big windows. I believe my home is also categorized as a mountain contemporary. I sure hope so, given that I'm making this argument. I lean towards this. This is worth discussing because there are other homes that are mountain contemporary that have much more complicated roof lines. However, I think if I had to make a black-white judgment, I would decide this is mountain contemporary and not traditional.
Right.
Is this a picture of the back of the house too?
Is that for the
Yes.
for the protester, ma'am?
I'm not sure I don't know if she provided this photo.
She didn't, but she could see it.
She also has her hand up.
Okay. Yes, you can answer.
Well, I'm a little concerned in that it's a subjective decision of whoever seems to be sitting at this desk, looking at my pictures as to whether it's modern contemporary or not. If we don't have any set guidelines of what contemporary is considered, it's not really fair to the public for some people to be able to say, well, I think it's contemporary, or no, I don't. We have some very contemporary homes in our neighborhood that I think hands down, fall into the mountain contemporary, but they are very modern type designs with doghouse roof lines and, some very modern features. Ours is a basic box.
But it's more than a
No matter what
basic
the
box.
exterior material is.
Ma'am, I want to refer you to the question that was asked of you. We're looking at a picture in the comparables. Is that the back side of the home?
So the picture in the comparable sheet that Donna sent me is the corner of the house. It's taken from the southeast to the northwest, and there is a deck on the front of the house that you're seeing with the windows, if that's the picture you're referring to.
That is.
Uh-huh.
Thank you.
That's kind of the the front and the side, the east side of the house.
Thank you, ma'am. If we have any further questions, we will be sure to ask you. Colleagues,
Uh, I have a question for Donna, because this, all of your analysis is based on state law.
Correct.
And maybe it's a question for Peter too. Do we have a written definition that you can refer to?
Yeah, so as I indicated, there is no written or statutory definition that the assessor is bound by. It is based on the legislature when it enacted these unique ways of approaching, or not necessarily unique ways of approaching, but rather the process of what comes into an evaluation allows for subjective review. So, because by nature, somebody has to look at properties or review that and not just statistics when they make decisions. That's why, and then ultimately the objective items that you look at are, quote, the market approach, looking at the comparables, and then you make the adjustments accordingly. So were I to just Google, I could Google what mountain contemporary is, and you would get a definition, or a dictionary definition about mountain contemporary. At the end of the day, the way the legislature has set up this process is that it is indeed the board's prerogative to use the board's judgment as to whether it considers Donna's assessment that this is mountain contemporary to be accurate. So it is a subjective determination. I understand the applicant's concern regarding the fairness of it. However, that is why we have these Board of Equalization meetings, for the board to apply both the facts and the background to their decisions.
thank you.
And our staff is consistent with how they do it. The appraisers work together to make sure that they're consistent with what they're considering mountain contemporary throughout the entire county.
And colleagues, I have a more firm opinion now. I just don't think we have evidence to say we need to change the way that this property has been categorized with its design since it was built in 2004.
Right.
I think I support the assessor's recommendation for a denial here.
And just looking at the first comparable, I mean, that's box. And this property is much more interesting, much more beautiful. So, yeah.
Anything else, colleagues? Any?
And so the adjusted was 991,810, correct?
That's correct. That's from the assessor's appeal period.
Okay. I think we're ready for a motion.
I would like to make a motion to deny the protester's request and to accept the adjusted amount that the assessor has made on 25-49.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your time.
The next case we have a gentleman that just walked into the room, gentlemen, and if, sir, in a few cases, I'm gonna have to see your name and take you up. The next one is Bastion. Wait,
Oh, sorry.
did I get confused? Was
No,
that statement?
That was Staten.
Okay.
Yes.
Yep, that was Staten Bastion. I do see Sarah Ann Bastion.
All right, let's bring her up. Sir, while we're bringing her up, are you here for a Board of Equalization case?
Yeah, I'm Rob Agnew. I spoke with Donna. I think.
Love it.
Sorry.
He's Agnew.
Okay.
Yeah, I spoke with Donna last week. I wasn't able to be here quick.
Thank you. So
Sarah Ann is rejoining as a panelist.
And there are pictures online, but I have the originals if you would like to see them.
Pull these up.
oh, because these are color.
They are in color, but I don't know if you want to see the actual photos. It might be easier.
Thanks.
Mhm.
And these are what the homeowner sent?
That's correct. I did scan them in line, but it's,
Oh, this is nice.
Mrs. Bastion, thank you for being here today. Can we check your audio by asking you to state whether you've received the comparables and you're prepared to proceed?
I have and am.
Thank you. Assessor G, please proceed.
Okay, we are looking at property at 27732 Colorado 103. We had it valued at 1,038,680 during the assessor's appeal process. We decreased the value by 70,960 down to 967,720 based on the comparable sales, taking into consideration the protesters' letter. The home was built in 1984. The condition for the home is pretty consistent with the age. We do have it at average condition. And we have it as a traditional home, an average quality at the time it built. The first comparable came in at 1,118,340. The second one came in at 1,022,860. And the third comparable came in at 1,137,380. So the first adjustment was made according to her first protest. The second protest, we are requesting a denial. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, you will have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Sure. And first, thank you. This is the first time I have been through this hearing and process, and I just want to state that many of the team members that I have talked to have been very supportive in explaining this process. So I just want to acknowledge that, as well as I do firmly believe that collecting taxes and paying taxes do provide for critical services that I take advantage of and utilize on a daily basis, as well as in emergency cases. So my conversation with you guys today, and why I wanted to proceed forward even after the reassessment, so thank you for digging deeper, Donna, on that, is based on the condition of the home and property itself. So in terms of the comparables, I can and do respect, and I'm not questioning what Donna's results came back from the statistical modeling and regression analysis that have been done, but I'm questioning because the actual information that I've had since purchasing this home indicate a significantly less value than the comparables have shown. And so I am protesting on the actual condition of the home. It definitely seems like it is not poor, but more in the fair category based on the fire inspection that I've had, based on the insurance findings. So the insurance team came back with a number of findings that have to be resolved in order to maintain insurance, or I will be denied and dropped, as well as the actual home inspection. And the major basis for this, of all three of these professional organizations and their significant findings, lead to neglect of the home and the property over time, which in this case, I believe would have been in place during the assessment of this tax valuation period. So I wasn't going to rattle off any of the additional details in the letter. It sounds like you guys have read through all of that and you see the photos. I absolutely can call out some of the more specific reasons why, and or the simple math that I did trying to get down to a value that represents at least kind of that quick and dirty pass of what the home was purchased at, which is the closest value of its significance during this tax valuation assessment time, plus any additions and or upgrades that were made to the house, less any devaluations. And so that is kind of where my math came in terms of the proposed property value for consideration with the board.
Thank you.
And if I may, there are photos online if you guys wanted to see it, because it was sold. She did purchase it this year for 960,000. So there are photos out there for you.
Okay. Colleagues, questions? thing here is, that's being contested is the condition is being average. Can I ask you, you've got a couple photos of a board going up a retaining wall. Can you just describe to me what's happening there?
Or an exterior photo?
Yeah, it's an exterior photo. It's a board at an angle. Is it holding up that retaining wall?
Yes, so I provided some pictures of the exterior. I should have provided some pictures of the roof as well. That's the second major area of concern and devaluation. But yes, that is a board that holds up part of the exterior and is a part of the supporting piece around the, I guess, the kitchen windows. The reason I submitted that is I just wanted to give an example. There's more examples in the exterior of the home where, although we were aware and knew that there was some upgrades needed, in learning about the fire mitigation practices, it is, I honestly, I don't know how maybe the home was insured before or was, able to be maintained other than I think the homeowners previously we're using it as an Airbnb, and so it was simply the interior, not the exterior. Although this home, I have worked to rebuild a number of things interior that were not up to par and failed during the inspection, as well as additional work that needs to be done, say from water damage on both of the windows on the bottom floors of the bedrooms that are like actively showing exposure and leak, as well as significant mold from the roof and the fact that there was no vents based on construction rules in 1984. So there are some significant considerations and investments in the home that again lead me to propose considering a fair value assessment versus the average that it currently has because of what feels like a little lipstick on a pig, if you will, in terms of just the investment, I believe, that was lacking for the home itself as well as the property. Even some of the upgrades, which I did include in that assessment of the $856,000 for considered valuation. Although there was a smaller deck put on the front, the back deck was removed and now there's just dirt sitting there. So I guess I wanted to call to attention and why I'm pleading the valuation of the condition of the home based on some of these considerations that were certainly present and now definitely need to be addressed in more priority than originally thinking as a homeowner, a new homeowner to the area, specifically with the learnings for fire mitigation.
Thank you.
Which, very side note, may I just propose for the county's consideration, including that as part of a home, a mountain home or foothills home acquisition. I'm new, I'm from Florida. And so there would have been some additional considerations in acquiring this home had I known to perhaps have a fire mitigation specialist come out and provide information on the hardness of the home as opposed to just an inspector of a home. I'm not, obviously that's not on this board, but I guess I'm
Thank you.
bubbling
Yeah,
it
that's,
forward.
yeah, for what it's worth, I agree with you. And that's a matter of Colorado statute. Proposals have been made that have been supported exactly along the lines of that. Back to the content of this case, colleagues, I know like we've done a good handful of these. I think we've looked at pretty severe damage as goes from average to fair, especially when you consider the age. This home was built in 84. This sounds like an average condition to the age for me. I'll phrase that as a question. Agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. Colleagues, do you have any additional questions?
Yeah, just a couple points. One, yeah, fire mitigation has gotten more important than when we bought our house back in the early 90s. And we also had the Evergreen Fire Protection or Evergreen Fire and Rescue come over and do an assessment. And we're slowly working on that. You know, they give you several stages to protect your home. And over the years, we have been working on it. So that's not really something the assessor can take into consideration. It used to be, you know, everybody wanted the home in the woods. And now we've learned about the fire danger and we're starting to say, no, more park-like with just a few trees is nice. But that takes time and it takes money. But that doesn't really affect a county's assessment of home values. We also need to replace our deck. I don't believe decks are factored into the value of homes.
That's correct.
And we've, you know, the rankings go from very good. Is there an excellent?
It's very good, good, average.
Fair and
And then-
poor.
Correct.
Yeah, we've looked at a lot of homes. Poor means it is totally uninhabitable. And so your home is much nicer than a fair home that we've looked at. So I think it's fair to call it good. I mean, it doesn't, actually, it's not even good. It's average.
We have it as average, correct.
Yeah. So I think average is good is appropriate for this home.
Thank you, Assessor G, or sorry, Commissioner Lloyd. I also agree. And just one thing to add to that is, of course, when we look at the comparables that were sold, all of those factors are considered by someone purchasing it, right? And so they are sort of, my economics professor used to say, it's like Prego, it's sort of in there. And so just want to kind of note that. Anything else, Commissioner Hartman Ball, do you have any comments or questions that you want to dig into?
I don't think so. I'm
Okay.
assuming this house was in the condition when she purchased it. And then the landscaping, Assessor G has stated in other cases, it doesn't really change much.
Okay, then I think we're ready for a motion.
When do I get an opportunity to ask a question of the board? Or is that not possible?
I'm happy with their asking a question.
If you would like to ask a question, please proceed.
Thank you. And it's probably more just for education purposes, as I hope to be a long-term resident in the county. In this case, what would have been a determination for a fair value? Because again, I completely agree, poor condition. This is a very habitable home. It just obviously, as called out, has a number of failure points that need investment and are not considered insurable, as well as vulnerable to fire. And then obviously, the inspection indicated failure points as well. So I guess from an education standpoint, what would better describe a fair home condition?
I'll make an attempt to.
I think Donna was ready to answer.
Oh, was she?
Yeah, well, looking at the photos from the home from the time of sale, this one's looking like it's got updated cabinets, tile in the bathroom. It's got, really nice stand-up showers and fixtures. So it's all updated. Probably fair condition, you would probably see older 1970 cabinets. You would probably see linoleum counters. You would see outdated linoleum floors, maybe shag carpet. So something on those lines that has not been updated at
We've
all.
also had some fair houses here that have, you know, significant damage. I mean, they're
Correct.
still livable.
Correct.
Poor is not livable. But fair can be pretty bad and still be livable.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is cosmetically. So I'm bringing forth to the board problems with plumbing that are known and then we found as we've gone along. We've got electrical that does not work in the house. I mentioned the mold that we have to have remediated in the roof. So although, and that shower that you mentioned, yeah, it looks great, but I have to squeegee it every day because the plumbing is got to be revised since it doesn't drain. So there are structural components of this home that need investment. That is why I'm bringing forward and have come up as failure points from professional organizations that I was hoping would be part of this consideration outside of the fact that it is livable and potentially drops it into more of that fair ranking as opposed to average because of some of the major areas. That was just the inside with plumbing, electrical, mold. The exterior, the roof condition, as well as that siding are major areas of, like I said, degradation and loss of value.
And that might be typical of a 30-year-old home.
Yeah, this is part of what this is based on the age of the home. And so I agree with the assessor. Colleagues, anything else? We're ready for a motion.
I moved that the Board of Equalization accept the assessor's reduced value of the home, and deny the protest in case number 25-50.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you guys for the education. I appreciate it and appreciate you reviewing the case.
Thank you for your time.
Next on my list is Mead.
I see Paul Mead.
And then we'll get to the gentleman in the room if you would help me remember.
I did provide you guys with additional handouts that he had emailed me this morning.
Okay, Mr. Mead.
Correct. And I have not had a chance to review it because when I got in this morning, it was there this morning.
But it looks like
It's similar to what documentation he provided with the protest.
Sir, if you would please, welcome. Thank you for being here. Can you state whether you've received the comparables and you are comfortable proceeding?
Yes, I did. Yes,
Okay,
I did.
thank you. Assessor G, please proceed.
Okay, looking at this one, this is for, what's my address? 2649 Yankee Creek Road in Evergreen. We have it as a traditional home. We do already have it in fair condition and a fair quality. We have 1,278 square feet, current value of $531,800. We ran comparables. It was originally valued at $54,290, so we did make a small adjustment at an assessor level. We have the first comparable coming in at 316 Patty Drive of $531,560. Second comparable at 433 Mary Beth Road at $744,136. And then a third comparable coming in at 531,804. The 531,804 is supported by two comparables right there and below the other one. And we did make adjustments as needed. The comparables are all traditional homes. An average, so we had to reduce the value of the sale to account for the fair condition and the fair quality of the subject property. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now it is your turn. You'll have 3 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you. I provided some exhibits and I was going to share them by video. Would that be better, or do you have them with you?
We do have them.
We have them on our screens. Thank you.
Okay, the exhibits, very good. Okay, thank you. Then I will skip that part. So just very briefly, Exhibit 1 shows the location of my property and those used by the county to set my assessment. These properties are similar in age, but they are very different in location. and this determines their use and their reasonable market value. My property is a summer cabin built 53 years ago, located at the farthest end of an unmaintained road. For 6 months each year, from November through April, it is inaccessible, and further, it is uninhabitable because it lacks a furnace or any central heat or a water source protected from freezing. So it was built as a summer use only. In contrast, the properties used for determining my assessment are all year-round residences, which, as shown in Exhibit 1, are located in paved subdivisions with roads plowed and maintained year-round by the county. So these properties have paved driveways, central heat, 2-car garages, etc. And I've included some photos in Exhibits 2 and 3 from realtors to support this. The bottom line is these primary residences, which are accessible year-round, are inherently not comparable to a property that can only be lived in half a year. So what might be comparable? Using county records, I have compiled the 2025 so far uncontested assessments for the 12 properties near mine. And these are similarly situated as shown in Exhibit 4. These are the only properties nearby. And most, again, are also just summer places. The median 2025 assessment for these properties is $136 per square foot, which is shown in blue on the table. The current assessment on my property is $416 per square foot, so this is 3 times the median for these homes, and it is much higher than the 2 properties which are built much more recently. One was $136 square foot building built in 1980, and then the one you'll see built in 1998 is assessed at $200 per square foot. So this is one data point. An alternate approach is to use the current assessed value of my property based on year-round residences, but prorate it based on the amount of time my property is similarly accessible and habitable. This would yield an estimate of 6/12 or 1/2 of the $531,800 assessment, or about $208 per square foot. That's what it translates to. So based on the median assessed value of comparable nearby homes, which is $134 per square foot, and the assessment prorated by month for usable properties of $208 per square foot, I believe a fair market assessment for my property is no more than $200 per square foot, which translates to $255,600. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Colleagues, questions? I'll start. I want to ask you about, you said there's no heating. Is there a wood burning stove in the building?
There's a fireplace, a 1970 just fireplace, but it's not a wood burning stove and it's not for central heat. You could roast marshmallows on it, but it's just a fireplace.
Yes. I know my fireplace had a insert removed, but you pretty easily put an insert into a home. And so then you stated that the water system is not protected for winter use.
Correct.
Can you say a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so again, this was built for a summertime residence. The wellhead is obviously outside the house, and the pipe and the storage tank are not within the house structure. They're sort of under the house, and so they will freeze if not drained. So each year, since it's summer house only, we drain all the pipes and then refill them come May.
They're in a crawl space under the house or a basement?
It's actually kind of, it's not even a crawl space. No, it's just under the side of the house. The house there's a basement, little basement area that has a pump in it, but outside of that wall and basically kind of underneath the deck is where the storage tank is. There's some sort of fiberboard around it, but there's no real insulation or heating source or anything there. It would have to be built in to do that. But the major point is it can't be accessed in the winter, so there's really no reason to do that.
We can get to the access in a minute. I just want to make sure I'm understanding this. Your water storage is outside the building envelope,
I'm sorry?
sir?
So that, I don't know quite how to describe it. Yes, I guess there's an outdoor accessible crawl space, if you want to say it, sort of under the porch and under the kitchen, and that is where the storage tank is. So to get to the storage tank, you have to go outside the building and sort of crawl there's a little 4-foot gap under the kitchen that you can reach it.
Oh, okay. That sounds to me like a lot of homes that I see be resided in.
Well, I have a question. When this was built, was it one of those cabins that wasn't meant to be lived in all year? Sure.
Correct. Yeah, that was the plan because the road has never been accessible all year. So my grandmother built it in her later years. And actually, when it was originally built, there was a furnace that I think to keep her warm even on summer nights, but it stopped working years ago and it's been removed. I cut it up and removed it. Also because of repairs to the roof to keep it from leaking, the furnace flue went up and they told me it would always leak if the flue went through the roof. So since we didn't use it and couldn't get there, it's not there.
Thank you.
So Don, I have a question, because I know there are some homes that are built and when they pull the permit, it's different for a home that's not going to be lived in. And I'm assuming this is one of those and that adjustment has been made.
I don't know because I haven't seen anything on it.
Are you talking about like a different category of
I
a
have a
certificate of
neighbor,
occupancy?
yeah, I have a neighbor that built a home and he lives exactly, the road is accessible, but the permit that he pulled, he cannot live in it. It's just a cabin that he goes up and stays in for X amount of days of the year.
This was built in 72, so I might not even have that information.
Okay.
And sir, when you say it's not accessible, I assume, I know there are a lot of homes that are on non-maintained roads and they choose to plow their homes. I assume that you could choose to keep up with the winter maintenance and make the road accessible.
Well, it would be very difficult. And again, I would point to the comparables that I provided, which are neighboring properties, which are similarly and which have much lower values. But yes, I mean, the problem is there's a hill that leads to the house and it becomes an ice flow. It's on the north side, it's in the shade all winter long. And I think it's unpassable. Now, you could get there on a snowmobile. I guess if we were to invest to winterize the house and bring the plumbing and everything inside, and then to maintain what is at least a mile of plowing for this one house, it might be accessible year round under those circumstances, but those are pretty considerable costs to add to the value of the property. I think a person looking to, buy this property right now, would not be willing, it's not going to be a year-round residence for them without a whole lot more money put into it. And then that obviously pertains to the market value of it.
Thank you.
I don't see acreage on here.
There's no land involved.
What does that mean?
So it's an improvement. The property is assessed on a land that is owned by a Bear Creek Realty.
I can explain that if you want, but.
Sure, I'm curious.
Yeah, so Bear Creek Realty is a company that holds the land originally purchased by my great-grandfather. So there are about 70 relatives that are all members of Bear Creek Realty and hold the land. In 1972 or 71, they agreed to lease my grandmother a 0.1 acre to build this house on. So the house is on leased property. And in fact, that also gets to the retail value because it can't be sold. When the lease is expired, it becomes the property of Bear Creek Realty.
Thank you. And I see, Assessor G, can you help me make sure I'm reading this right? That you are not giving the land any value.
That is correct.
So the assessed value is for the improvement only.
That is correct. And we took away the value for the land on the comparable.
That's why you're seeing those big adjustments for land.
Correct, correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
John, is this part of the rest of the Bear Creek cases?
No, this is not.
Okay, just coincidental.
Yeah, this is, this is actually outside of Indian Creek Park, which is the neighboring area of the surrounding homes.
Is there, this is a question for the assessor. I see the location rating as average. Any comments on that?
No comments on that. It is evergreen down off of Yankee Creek. It is a nice area.
Okay.
We want to make sure that the surrounding areas don't get that taken away from them. If we change a location average rating, then we're gonna have to look at all the other surrounding properties. And we don't want to, we can't look at those properties.
Yeah, most locations over there are above average.
That's correct, or average, yeah.
Sir, your lease gives you 12-month legal access?
Yes, I guess it does.
Okay.
To the property, yeah.
Colleagues, I know, like, to this, I wanted to get into this argument, which is sort of prorating for when he has access. We did, in a case where there was a U.S. Forest Service lease, where there was only legal access for a certain amount of time, prorate. I don't think that's justified in this case.
That's what I was getting at, wondering if it was, yeah, and it's not.
I don't have any additional questions, but I do hear yours.
I think the value on this one is because of where it's located. It's in the residential Bear area.
Upper Bear, you mean?
Yeah, it's off of, yeah.
I know, location can help or hurt, right?
Right.
Well, I don't have any additional questions, colleagues, and I agree with the assessor on this one. I think that the comparables are fair. I do see pretty big downward adjustments based on condition and quality. I think this was done appropriately, and I agree with the assessor.
You ready for a check?
If you agree, if we're in agreement, I think we're ready for a motion.
Make a motion to accept the assessor's adjusted and deny the petitioner's request for 2551.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And let's go to the gentleman in the room, if you don't mind. Sir, would you please state your name one more time?
Yeah, my name is Robert Agnew.
Agnew, thank you. So we're gonna take up that case next. Please join us in the black chair there.
Is there any way for me to share my screen? I apologize, I don't have anything printed. I got the notice Thursday as I was heading to the airport to visit my family, got back last night, so.
They do have some.
Is there any way I can share a screen or?
Do you want me to quick print while we get started? Because he
I
emailed me.
emailed, if you could just email them that.
You could forward us.
PDF.
Okay, I can do that.
That'd be fine.
And then, Peter, are you okay with that? We're being forwarded an email and we'll view this.
It's a PDF document, just. So it's benign.
Yes, that's fine. You're allowed to take it into evidence for consideration as long as you have enough time to review it.
Thank you. We have other packets here that arrived this morning that I am reviewing during the case, and I'm comfortable with that. Colleagues, are you?
Yes.
Yes.
So this is in addition to what you have submitted.
Some of the pages are the same. There's just a couple pages that were added.
Okay.
Okay, so then before we begin, sir, I just want to make sure you have seen the comparables. You are prepared to proceed?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Assessor G, please proceed.
Yes, I copied Brian and Peter as well. We have a property located at 586 Highview Drive. We have a current value of $973,000 370. Mr. Agnew did provide some comparables for us at the time he appealed to the assessor. Some of the square footage was way off compared to what we used as comparables. There were some that were not in the base year. 3 of them were not in the base year. 1 is in Jeffco. So we could not consider those. The first comparable is at 1580 Saddle Ridge Drive, came in at 1,197,200. The second one at 93 Fawn Creek Lane came in at 1,170,708. Third comparable came in at 1,217,508. Fourth comparable came in at 1,011,256. And the last comparable came in at 832,308. This request was denied for additional adjustments.
Okay, thank you, sir. You will have 3 minutes. Please proceed. And we do, colleagues, can we just confirm that we did receive the email and we are able to see the information he provided?
Yes, I got it.
Yes.
Okay.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Again, it's my first time in front of a board like this, so, and I apologize for shooting this email over just as I was sitting here. Appreciate your lenience.
Got it.
So first, my basis for contention, I think the second page of that PDF is that 973 way above what I would believe and expect to be fair market value because the comparables are not adequate comparables. Saddleback neighborhood is very different than Floyd Hill. I break that down a little further on pages 4 and 5. Before even getting to that, this morning, I received an email I get about once a quarter from HomeBot, which is always a bit of an optimistic valuation to entice you to engage with their real estate company. That came at 883, about 90,000 less than your valuation or the valuation Clear Creek County provided. So that single data point, I think is pretty noteworthy. I'll leave it at that. As I jump to the fourth page there of the 30 properties in my neighborhood in Floyd Hill, in the last couple of years, the 30 properties that have sold in the last couple of years, 2 have sold above what you have valued my property. One of which is a daycare multi-building business down by the highway. So to suggest that I have the second most valuable property on Floyd Hill, I think should be a red flag in terms of valuing our house. And as we look at Saddleback, page number 5 as well, in this area, again, 28 properties that recently sold in the last couple of years. 13 of those sold above the 973. And when we look at the 13 properties that are higher on Saddleback, thereby having a comparable view, 12 were above that 973. Our house is nice. It's fine. It's 30 years old. It's really wonky square footage, especially in the basement. I understand that can be really challenging to use in a value of a property. Again, the comparables that I pulled together on page 6, Donna outlined there. Yes, several of them are much smaller, have similar number of bedrooms and bathrooms, which is a key driver in value. When we look at one that has more bedrooms and bathrooms and similar square footage, it sold for less than the almost 200,000 less than what you have my property currently valued. Again, the neighbor across the street, her house just sold for, and even that was the 5th comparable that Donna had mentioned. And that adjusted property was what, 150,000 less than our property's valued. Page 7, yeah, I guess page 7 there, a list where I suggested what I thought a fair value was for our property based on what we paid, the number of years. We know we overpaid for the property in the pandemic. That HomeBot valuation that I received this morning at 883 and the Clear Creek adjusted value at 973. Again, having a 30% premium over a neighbor's house with same bedroom and bathroom that just sold and expecting ours to be the most valuable property in all of Floyd Hill, I think is misguided, respectfully.
Thank you. Anything else?
I very much welcome questions. Again, if you look on Zillow, it's got the wrong number of bedrooms, wrong number of bathrooms. Lovely pictures, very well done. But again,
Is the information from the county correct as far as bed and bath?
yes, that's correct for beds and bath. The topology of the front of our house is most certainly not level. It is just as steep as the rest. Our driveway's level. It's been cut in. Very, very appreciative of a level driveway, but the real estate most certainly is not.
Okay, so I hear him contesting the topography on the front.
And southern exposure is partial. I understand that's binary, yes or no. Yes, we do have some, given the topography there. In the summer, we lose any direct sun 3:30, 4 o'clock. In the winter, by 1:30, we're, Thanksgiving into February, we're in the shadows. I don't know how big a factor that is, but
Is that because of the mountainside?
the mountainside and just to the southeast of our home is a very large rock on a neighbor's property that's what puts us in the shadow in the winter. It is generally the topography in the summer, though, just we're on the downhill side of Floyd Hill.
And you may have heard Donna G explain about the date ranges for comparables.
Yep.
So some of these we can't look at.
Okay. I understand.
Assessor G, let me ask you a question. Of these new I haven't yet had a chance to look at whether the comparables in the packet is the same as the list of the comparables in this new presentation.
When
They
I
are.
bought them,
They are.
they were.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Okay. And so you did review those comparables in your initial review?
I did. The first one was quite a bit smaller in square foot, so I did use ones that were closer in square foot. This is 1936 square feet. I have one that's 2,000, 121 that's 21,000. And then the next three were not in the best base year. The second to last was in Jeffco, so not even in the neighborhood or county. And the last one's not in the base year either.
Okay, so there was one that you could consider, and your assertion is that it's not comparable as what you're using because of the square footage difference.
Yeah.
Bedroom and bathroom count, however, are the same. Square footage is wonky. You're right. Our basement's finished. Very wonky. And again, Saddleback and Floyd Hill are different neighborhoods. Like we can look at any measure of home price between the two. I understand you made some adjustments, but if I move my home to Bel Air, doesn't make it $4 or $5 million home. It's still going to be limited.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
G, the comparables that you pulled up are in the same appraisal district?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and your
That would
regression,
include Floyd Hill and Saddleback?
That is correct, yes.
and that's because Assessor G, your regression analysis does not show a statistically significant difference in the sale prices between the two neighborhoods.
There are two appraisal districts up there. They are done a little bit different. This one is in the same appraisal district.
Okay. Thank
So I think the higher portions is what's in a different appraisal district. When I look at the comparables, I look at the lower portion.
Okay.
And I think slides 4 and 5 in that PDF I sent warrant a bit of review. There's nothing there's one property over $1 million in the Floyd Hill neighborhood I live that's sold for 1.2, much further up the hill, much bigger home.
Thank you, sir. We did hear you make that argument already. I want to encourage you to wait until a question is asked of you.
All right.
Colleagues, my problem with these two slides is I don't know the dates of these sales or anything else, and I definitely can't conduct a statistical analysis with this information on the spot here. However, the assessor did. I want to ask I think the next thing I want to dig into is topography. Um, uh, Assessor G, the applicant is stating that rather than level, that the front is valued at level. We also have sloping and we have steep. Are you able to ascertain anything about the slope, the property?
It talks to where the house sits. So this would be, to me, looking at the photo that we have on ours, I'm seeing level. I'm seeing then the back is steep. I can't see the whole property in this photo. So, and are you asking me what if I was to move it to sloping?
No, I'm asking you if you think that's appropriate.
And he did mention that they cut out a level driveway.
Yes.
To
I'm
make
going
sure.
back and looking at the photos online.
Or thank you, Rebecca. The question for you, you stated, I want to make sure I'm understanding. The driveway looks level in the picture, but that's because you cut it out. The land is different.
On the picture she just had up, if you're standing on the driveway, to the right is a
Cut out.
8-foot embankment that recently fell into the driveway with the rain. And on the left, it drops off immediately and precipitously.
And you could
I
see,
think you can see
Sorry.
a connex that is horizontally 5 feet from the driveway, yet entirely below the driveway. So 10+ feet below the driveway.
and you can see the driveway drops off. So it could be considered sloping, if right where that house is. It's not steep in that area of the house, but it could be sloping.
And that would change the
Land value, correct. Not by much.
Would you be accurate? Sorry, go ahead.
Did you want that amount?
Yeah, I mean, colleagues, what do you think? Are you compelled by this argument?
I see it
It's
sloping, and
sketchy driveway in the snow.
Very grateful it's a level driveway.
my understanding of steep is like cliff,
Correct.
right? Okay, so yeah, that would be sloping.
But just sloping.
Is that okay with you, colleagues?
I don't hear any protest. I'm in agreement with the assessor. I mean, it could be arguable either way when you look at the satellite view. We don't have right now topo access on.
No.
We do not. But if you go to Zillow, you can see some good pictures of the property. If you type in the address.
I'm willing to accept sloping on the front of the property.
Okay, do you want a value?
Yeah, what would that bring it down?
It wouldn't bring it down much, but it would drop it down to 954,270.
954,270.
It's something.
Okay, so let's see here. I want to summarize where we're at. We talked about satellite versus Floyd Hill. We discussed topography. We have not yet discussed the assertion that maybe it's not south facing. Do we care to get into that? Assessor G, you heard the testimony. Did that cause you to change your opinion on that?
That would not. If you have south, if yours gets southern exposure, you have southern exposure.
So it doesn't matter the amount of southern.
It's still southern exposure.
I don't see any. I don't think there's anything else to discuss here. I didn't hear any comments on the condition or quality. The condition is listed as good.
It's traditional, so it didn't get bumped up to mountain contemporary prices.
No. I don't see any comments on condition. Do you have any comments? I'll just ask you, sir, do you have any comments on the condition of your property?
From what I've overheard while sitting in the room here, I don't think I'd have any condition or comments to strongly argue for a downgrading condition. Yeah, I've fixed more leaks than I would have expected, burst pipes and whatnot, but again, to your point, it was built in 1980, so here we are.
Um,
At least you've got a good metal roof.
No,
No?
no,
No?
roof needs replaced. It
Oh.
was in bad to poor. Yeah, it was in bad shape when we bought the house. We've made some repairs.
Yeah.
It was not installed.
Oh.
I suspect it would not
So
pass an
do it
inspection.
yourself.
Yes, I'm afraid it was
Oh, it's attractive.
I like the color and the repairs seem to be working, but
Yeah, we've replaced our roof twice.
oh,
anything else, colleagues?
I would like to make a motion to accept the assessor's adjusted amount on case 2540.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, sir.
cool. Thank you.
Um, getting myself back on track here, are we to the Bear Creek cases?
Or,
Yes.
Mead?
No, yeah, Mead,
Mead?
thank you.
I told Bear Creek I would call him, so if we want to proceed with some of the other ones.
We have assistant online.
I think we're looking for
Okay.
Mead right
I
now.
thought we already did meet.
We did meet.
We did meet.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, so we just have May, Sisson, and Bear Creek left?
And
Hayde Vogel,
Elzinga. Oh, wait, did we say Elzinga withdrew?
yeah,
Sorry.
so we have 2539, Hayde Vogel, Sison,
Sisson, yeah.
Sison,
You said-
and I've been working with him. We
Okay.
have Weber and Gray, and then Bear Creek. So Bear Creek, I told him I would call him.
Are we good for me to cross over Sisson?
Yeah.
Probably butchering your name, sorry.
And what's the number of that one?
He is, do you have him on?
I do, he is 25-22.
Your online packet at the bottom of the list.
And I gave you a handout that he emailed me this morning,
25 what? I'm sorry.
25-22.
Thank you.
Yep.
Hey, Randy.
Shoot, do I have to go to yesterday's?
The bottom one.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Rebecca, you have this in front of you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi there.
Mr. Sisson, can you please confirm that you did receive the comparables and you are comfortable proceeding?
Yes and yes. Mhm.
Okay, thank you. Colleagues, are we ready? Do you have the things open?
And this is the Aspen. Aspen Place.
400 Aspen Place.
Thank you.
And he
Okay.
has provided a nice presentation online.
Assessor G, please proceed.
Absolutely. We had a value of 972,250 on 400 Aspen Place, case number 2522 at the assessor level of appeal. We did decrease it 34,860 for the comparable sales to 937,390. Looking at the comparable sales, we have one on 2225 Witter Gulch, which came in at 944.34. We have one on 600 Aspen Place, a neighboring property at 870.102. Then we have 2750 Witter Gulch, which came in at 937.389. Then we have another one, nope, that's the same one. We see here. Okay. Then we used one of his comparables, which is 4279 Witter Gulch, and it came in at a value of 619, with quite a bit of adjustments. Looking at the most comparable one, I'm looking at 2750 Witter Gulch has $12,000 in adjustments. Then we have 225 Witter Gulch coming in with $19,034 in adjustments. So it looks to be in line with our overall comparables. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sisson, it is your turn. Please proceed.
Yes, thanks so much. I thought I could clip through this a little bit quicker if we could do a screen share, but if that's inconvenient, I'll just have to point out some of the documents that were emailed this morning that I think you have in your packet for today that Assessor G mentioned.
Thank you. We are going to go with that.
Okay, Assessor G, a quick question for you.
Yes.
When I received my comparables from you, I only received a one-page PDF that had 3 comparables. I was under the impression and built my case today on the fact that I only had 3 comparables.
We did have, there is one that has 4279 Witter Gulch in it. It might not have come through because that was in the past, maybe why it didn't print right. Let me take a look here. Because I do have one that did use the 4279 from your choice. I will go ahead and email it to you guys. And I did forget to mention, he did in his comments, Mr. Sison, he did indicate something about a basement, and I would, with the finished basement adjustment, I was recommending a decrease of down to 932.50. Sorry about that. Again, 932,050, because he did indicate that the basement was incorrect and provided some more supporting documentation for that.
Saw that too. Appreciate that.
Yep, very appreciated. Very much.
Let me see here.
Colleagues, other questions, other things that you want to dig into here?
Where is it? Online. The 3 comparables that he's facing his presentation is in front of you guys currently.
I do notice the numbers are not viewable on the printout.
That's all, that's how I got it. Well, I didn't know what he was speaking to.
It's 2750 Witter Gulch was viewed as a possible comparable here. I can see the address, not the
Full number.
the full number, although, you know, I can see that
That it's
950,000. That's precise enough, I think.
And that's how it came through.
Yeah.
No, that's all right.
Not registering it,
Good.
just making sure we've got the information we need.
Maybe.
Did you look at these 3 addresses and review them for whether they were adequate comparables or not?
Let's take a look.
I think we have enough information to.
In the document I was originally given, I had 4279 Witter Gulch highlighted. So that's the one comparable that I used, but I can't find it in my system. So let me quick make a copy.
Yeah, one thing that makes this difficult, sir, is the statutory requirements that the comparables we pull up can only be within a certain date range as far as sales data. And that is what, June 2022 through May 2024, is that correct?
I think it's July.
Oh, tell me again, tell me.
June.
Okay, July.
Yes, I'm sorry this started off a little bit tricky already here. I like to make things very confusing, actually. So We'll
That's
try, go ahead.
no need to apologize, sir. Can you confirm on comparable number 3, the sale date?
Well, what I'd like to do is in the packet I sent this morning, you'll see a one page that has my case basically all kind of summarized on it. It's a graph. It looks like a graph with the 3 comparables that were sent to me as the only comparables to use. I put them up on this graph, and I'd like to talk about them from this document here.
Please do.
Do you see the document with the red stars and the lines and such?
Yes.
Yes, Colin?
Okay, very good. So those are my 3 comparables that I was sent from the assessor's office. 2255 Witter Gulch Road, 2750 Witter Gulch Road, and 600 Aspen Place, which is on my street. And you see that one there. So what I'm looking at here and would like to highlight is that I'm saying these assessed values of the assessed value of my subject property is skewed because of point number 1. 2 of the 3 comparables are weighted at a concentrated time frame of peak sales price. So you can see where they were placed on the time frame there, and you can see the red lines represent the base period window that you were just mentioning about between 7/1/22 and 6/30/24. So those are all 3 valid comparables within the time frame there. So it's skewed. I've got very high values based on that time of the market where we had the COVID spike and everybody thought it would keep going up and such. The other star you see, 600 Aspen Place. I would like to take that as the most applicable comparable. When you look at the pictures, if you can see the pictures on the sheet that shows the 4 properties, the subject, and the 3 comparables, you'll see those photos. And I recognize my photo as the photo from the market brochure at the time of sale in 1999 when we bought the property. So that's my home. And then 600 Aspen Place, this not the next one over, but the one after that. It's basically a mirrored kind of sister home to mine. It's very much identical to my home. It very well could have been the same architect, the same builder. You can see on mine, the garage is on the left. On theirs, it's on the right. From there, you have like a bridge that gaps the sloping front yard to the front door. You see a bedroom above the garage. It's all laid out very, very similarly. And so going from that sheet, that shows that it falls right on the median line of the prices for that time frame. And I recognize that the county is using the ASA sales approach to valuations. And on this side, I have only to be able to use the market analysis approach. And so I use the square footage quite a bit to try to normalize these comparables. It's very difficult. You find lots of gaps in everybody's data on these homes, and a lot of it has to do with the fact that the homes built in the 80s and 90s in these areas most of them began their lives with unfinished walkout basements, which don't get accounted for later on no matter if you're online marketing platforms, municipalities, counties, MLS. You just have to be able to try to normalize it the best you can to get the proper comparable. 600 Aspen Place, if I go to the comparable sheet, there was an adjustment made for $105,000 based on square footage. But that is something that is a little bit suspicious to me. These homes line up so closely when I look down through the number of bedrooms, number of bathrooms, year built, the fact that it's kind of the mirror image of my house, $105,000 for the square footage. And I know, the Zillow is what I look at mostly, and I found that to be somewhat of a normalizing uh, data source with finding some uniformity there that I don't see on some of the other sources. And so I will lean on that for just my understanding, recognizing that it doesn't come back at the end to how you have to manage your appraisal or your valuation by the statutes. If I go to my next little document that you also have, which is the appeal base, it's kind of got a chartreuse a green box there for the subject property. Looking at those three, the first thing I see is comparable 1 and comparable 3 were sold for about the same price, but there's almost a 1,200 square foot difference in the listed square footage. On number 3, you can see down in the red, the Zillow figures aligned with the county figures. So that was the one good one I thought was accurate. Comparable number 1, there's something different going on there. I can't figure out why one is $281 a square foot and one is $411 after Zillow makes a little bit of an adjustment. Coming over to comparable 2, it was also lacking in square footage when compared to mine, which I thought was a bit of a mystery since they're very similar homes. And lo and behold, on the Zillow, which grabbed the last data from the last listing when it was sold in the comparative period, it comes up instead of 2,370 total square feet, 2,968. And that puts it back in the same range as mine, as 2,929. So with that adjustment, everything lines up. So just on the believability of that and the normalization of that, I come up with $271 per square foot of a value to base my recommendation of the valuation of $794,422 on my home. Everything.
Thank you. I'm allowed to go a little bit further because you're going into really helpful detail here. Do you have any final points you'd like to make?
I did provide a comparative market analysis that we received, mostly for the sake of kind of taking a snapshot at that time of what the homes were selling for. And so that's where I was looking at those square footage numbers again. So for my sake and helping me, those were all coming in at 270, 280, 290. It seemed to support some of the work I've done to try to really figure out where our home falls in. We were at $650,000, just less, adding the $55,000 credit, just under 700. The graph I had at the beginning that we looked at, it shows that the home prices for homes in kind of my category flattened out after the COVID spike and have remained somewhat flat all the way across. A lot of homes, and mostly the nicer homes and the newer homes, you see an increase. They're trending upward. And I can only think that there's some things about the demographics of the buyers for the homes in my category maybe are more sensitive to the rising interest rates, different things like that. I tend to agree when I look around, and I've got some other documents, but I realize I'm going over time here, so I apologize. Those 270, 280, 290. Speaking that language with all the realtors, that's what was where I kind of put my home. That makes sense to us. I can't see how our home could sell in the condition that it's at, and Assessor G has already made an adjustment for the condition, I think, on our home.
She has, and we can see that. Thank you, sir. Do you have any final words?
No, I've said quite a bit, so I'm just trying to collect my thoughts, and I appreciate your patience, so thank you.
Yeah, no, you're welcome, and thank you for the detail. Colleagues, I've got a question here that might be illustrative, but I will defer to you if you've got something.
No, I'll you make your comment and then I have a question for the assessor.
Okay, Assessor G, we hear an assertion that 600 Aspen Place is the truly appropriate comparable here, which is on your sheet. I can tell from your analysis, you're looking at 2750 as the most comparable. Can you just describe for the board why you would argue 2750 is a better comparable than 600 Aspen Place?
Okay, so when we're looking at the comparables, there is 1, 2, 3, 4 adjustments made to 600 Aspen Place for an average total adjustment of 65,102. So when I'm looking at 2750 Witter Gulch, I only have 3 adjustments, which are the normal adjustments needed for your land, your square footage, and your basement, and it's only 12,611. So I'm looking at the most comparable with the least adjustments to make it apples to apples.
So both the least number of adjustments and the lowest sort of quantity, final quantity. Thank you. I see that fourth adjustment is for condition.
And the previous one as well.
And the previous one as well. Okay.
And this one only has your normal adjustments, which are gonna be 99.9% of the times made on any comparable.
I'm gonna kind of wrestle with this one in my head while we move to other questions.
Hearing the landowner make his case, did he say anything that would make you change your evaluation?
No, so these properties that are noted in the comparative market, they're all valued more than his property currently. Like 718 Aspen Place is valued at 1.175 million. 900 Witter Gulch is currently valued at 1.162 million. 1764 Witter Gulch is valued at 1.314 million. 31147 Shiny Lane's not even in Clear Creek, and so forth. 1059 is 1.2 million. I did use the comparable for 2750 Witter Gulch. And then that it was just way too much information to continue from there.
So you're recommending the adjusted amount of 932?
That is correct. And that is fixing the basement square footage per the homeowner. And he did provide the plans in the packet.
I saw that and I thought it was very helpful.
Nice plans.
See condition is there. I see topography is not being contested. Assessor G, it is rare for me to disagree with you.
That's fair.
I find the argument quite compelling when you look at proximity, design, location, etc. That 600 is a viable comparable. I don't think my opinion is final that we should accept the adjusted sale at 870. I wonder what you think about averaging your recommendation with 870 to sort of to give some credence to the argument that this is just a very similar home in a lot of ways that the market would recognize and respond to. Am I off base here? If I'm off base, just tell me. But
Yeah, we typically don't average. You'd have to use a comparable.
There is a square footage difference there of 537.
There is a pretty significant square footage difference there. You're right, and when those comparables, or sorry, when those adjustments get as high as 97,000, you just gotta wonder if we can rely on it. And so that's a good counterpoint to my argument as well.
I might have one comment to make regarding what you just stated.
Sure.
Yep.
Please proceed.
When I dug into the data early on in the process, I narrowed 60 some properties that were given to me by the county for comparables down to about 20 something properties. And in those 20 just based on only homes that were 2,000 to 3,000 square feet. And I thought that gave us a tighter group of comparables. 7 of those the county listed as not having any finished basement. Looking online and researching, I found that 4 of those did have finished basements. The Zillow agreed with 2 of those, and they missed 2 of them themselves. But there were 4 that did, and that's the skewing that occurs. And I believe that could be in play with 600 Aspen Place, because at my square footage, close to 3,000, we've got 4 bedrooms, but they're very small. And with them having 500 square foot less and also 4 bedrooms, I almost can't conceive how that layout would work. Certainly, if some of the other rooms were smaller, that could work out. So I'm viewing 600 as a case where maybe there's an anomaly there, especially since the Zillow square footage lists it very close to mine, and everything else about that house is so close to mine. So I was even willing to ask to remove the adjustment for the square footage to keep the harmony between those 2 homes, and then that would definitely put the value of my home in the proper spot comparatively to that one, and the rest of the homes on my street, which sold for 735, 805, 625, 712. It's just what my home will that's where the value of my home is at. It's not like those $900,000 homes. So that's my comment.
Thank you, sir. You can tell I appreciate the way you think. I do know that we are not allowed to consider sort of assertions made about other properties, not
Certainly.
by the property owner. And so I just want to remind my colleagues of that.
Despite what Zillow might say.
Despite what Zillow might
They can be
say.
wrong too.
I mean,
Yeah.
we do know that this it's not going to be 100% accurate whether a basement's been finished without a permit. We know when people pull permits, that does impact the system.
Property owner can go in and change the low.
And
I've done
property
that
owners can
myself.
change Zillow. And so,
If they're aware of it.
You can even like lie on it.
yeah,
Oh, okay.
that's a good point. So I thank you for indulging me.
Yeah.
You can tell I like the way this applicant thinks, but I do actually, I think I agree after thinking about this a little bit more that 2750 is the appropriate comparable here. Colleagues, any other questions? Anything else you want to explore?
Just that, I'm from the Evergreen side and it looks like a lovely home in Evergreen.
I would like to make a motion to accept Assessor G's adjusted value and deny, I don't know if it's deny because we did adjust it some, for case 2522.
And I will second that.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. I agree with you. I don't think it's a denial. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Thanks for everything.
Thank you.
We have A hanging out there. Do we want to go to that one next?
May?
Yeah.
We moved May, we're waiting to hear back from May. We put him on the 19th and the 5th.
Yeah, okay.
So,
So we are doing May today?
we are not doing May today.
Okay, and I don't think we need to table it since it's already agended for the 5th. Am I correct, Peter? We don't need to take it up and table it? Okay, thank you. So I'm just scratching that one off the list. We have Weber. Did we do Shiprock Holdings?
Yes.
Yes.
I thought so, okay.
So we have Weber and Gray.
We still have a mystery phone number. I did Google the phone number and it's somebody out of Morrison and it's a business, but I couldn't find who's the owner of it and it didn't match up any of the keys.
Okay.
Is that a Ross Bradley?
Yes.
Okay.
Who is this?
That's Bear Creek.
Oh, great. Okay, cool.
Okay.
We take up
That's
Bear
helpful
Creek
for Bear
then?
Creek then.
Yep.
Well, that's a big, long one, and they're at the end of the list, so
Okay.
maybe we should try, to read Weber.
We have Weber, Hadvogel, and I think that's it, right?
Hagville, Weber, and Gray.
Great, sorry, yeah.
Commissioner Lloyd, the other three are not here and Bear Creek is, and so,
Oh, you have to call Weber, Gray.
or
and-
take them up.
We could try to call them, or they're not gonna be here. They did
Yeah,
confirm the
yeah,
meeting.
Bear Creek's
Love it.
online, go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna move over this phone number.
Thank you for indulging me.
Of course.
I'm gonna take these in the order they appear on the agenda. So that would be starting with 2555 if I click through.
Hi there, can you hear us?
I can. This is Bear Creek Development. Could you please make sure that you call the number that was provided for you as a cell phone? I was just monitoring to make sure he didn't
yep.
miss his case.
Oh, I do have another number we can
do
call.
that. Okay.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Is this, ma'am, are you staying? Is this,
I don't think she's staying on. I think she hung up.
Let me grab the,
so much for that argument?
all right, can you show me the phone number? You guys have?
Yep.
Just monitoring where we were at. What if this was a phone and people you talking about like this? I'm sorry, I'm just being an idiot.
I don't know if you can see it from there.
Where are you?
You're clearly from the 80s, Megan.
Oh, that's funny.
8,
Shoe phone.
1462.
I was gonna ask for a bio break. I'm drinking too much coffee.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Ross. Please leave a message and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thanks.
Is Ross the correct name?
Yeah,
Okay.
Ross Bradley.
Okay, well then let's move to.
We take a few minute break. We have nobody here.
Yeah. Do you want to do a bio break or should we just call it a lunch break?
Oh, what time is it?
11:55.
Sure. Lunch break and then maybe.
We're gonna take what kind of time do we want? 20 minutes? 20 minutes, good?
Yeah. So I could run home real quick.
Okay, we're gonna take actually a 30 to 45
Are we
minute
doing a
break.
lunch
Yeah.
or a break?
No, we're gonna do a lunch.
Okay.
We will reconvene. We're gonna aspire to reconvene at 12:30. It could be as late as 12:45. If we could try to have the Bear Creek person,
I'm gonna email him right now.
we'll attempt to take that case up, given that we've already tried to call them, and then we'll move to the others.
And I keep one Bradley.
For all those.
I'm sorry,
Is the Ross Bradley for 56 through 62?
just Bear Creek.
Right, that's 56 to 60,
Oh, is that, I didn't hear that 64 part.
62.
62, excuse me, yes. 55 through 62.
Excellent. The board will reconvene between 12:30 and 12:45.
What's up? What's up?
Apologies, let it be known, that was me, not Megan, technical error. And then I just need to stop the screen share. Okay. We are back on the record. We are still sitting as the Board of Equalization. Colleagues, we need to table case 2504 Hinckley to August 5th. I think, so I'm opening that case and then I would love to hear a motion to table.
So moved.
You can make the motion, or is that okay?
I think that's fine.
Mr. Chair, can I just, before you take action, I have a question. What happened? I thought action was already taken on this case.
When I had emailed him with his date of 7/29, and he replied back that he would still like to talk with the board. He did not at that time request a different date. But then when I emailed him his decision, he came back and said, the board had approved for me on the 15th to be moved to the 5th.
So just to
Okay.
clarify, the board has taken action on the case, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so
Yes.
George, in your email, I've set forth what needs to be done before you take the motion on tabling.
Thank you, sir. My apologies. What we actually need to do is we're going to move to reconsider the earlier motion on case 2504. And is it just that motion? And then the reconsideration of that motion will take place on August 5th?
No, you do the motion for reconsideration, and once you've discussed the reasons why, which is that there seems to be some confusion over the date that the petitioner thought he needed to appear.
Okay.
You then pass that motion. Once it's passed, then you move separately to table the hearing to August 5th.
So
Two
colleagues,
motions.
are you understanding what's happening here? We're going to reconsider this. Basically, we're going to rescind what we did yesterday and then rehear the case on the 5th.
All right, and I withdraw my motion.
Okay. And then the proper motion is to reconsider our earlier motion on 2504.
I move that the Board of Equalization reconsiders its previous motion on 25-04 to extend it to the next hearing on August 5th, 2025.
Okay, and we'll take that second part up in a separate motion, but I'm good with that. If Peter, if you are.
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We're going to reconsider this. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and now we need a motion to continue the hearing to August 5th.
I move we continue the hearing on 20-04 to August 5th, 2025. Second.
Okay, just for clarity, I hear you as 2504.
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
What did I say?
Oh, I thought I heard 20, but I just wanted to make sure it was. Okay, we're good. Then 2504 will be heard on the 5th. The next case on today's agenda to take up, and thank you for helping me navigate that, Peter, is the Bear Creek cases. We are looking for Brian Ross on Zoom. And I don't know why I'm looking at you, Megan.
I feel free right now. It's amazing.
Oh, sorry, Ross Bradley. Ross, we are promoting you to panelist.
Hey, can you all hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
welcome. I've got a couple questions for you before we begin. First, can you confirm that you've received the comparables on your cases and you're
Yes.
ready to proceed? Okay. And given that you have 8 properties that you're contesting, I want to ask you, are you willing to take them up in simultaneously, as in we hear all of the cases at the same time?
Yes, and I guess to make it easier, after seeing the comps, I'd like to stipulate the assessor's value on 3 of them. If you want me to list those 3 now, I can, or let me know when that's easiest for you.
Yes, if you could list the 3 of them now.
Okay, so I stipulate on account R006654, R006652, and R003213.
Case number 2555, case number 2556, case number 2560.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
56 and 60.
Correct.
And those are in order?
Yes.
Order he said, okay.
Oh, the order he provided them in, you want them in that order?
I just was wondering, just to cross-reference them.
I put them in order of the case number.
Okay.
Okay, so
Well, that narrows it down for us.
those are the only 3 cases that you want heard?
No, he does not want her, he's
You-
withdrawing.
That you do not.
Okay.
You're withdrawing on 55, 56, and 60. So we are now hearing cases 25, 57, 58, 59, 61, and 62 simultaneously. You're okay with that, Mr. Bradley?
Yes, and I don't think I have, let me check my email. I don't know if I know which property is associated with which case, but everything has the dang near same comps. I'm fine doing them all at once.
Okay, excellent. Assessor G, please proceed.
Okay, so we are looking at the stated cases. There are 1, 2, 5 of them. We are looking at a whole. The complaint on the properties is that it doesn't have access. It lacks buildability. These properties are located right off of Blue Ridge Road. It's a 4-wheel drive road. And they are mostly connected. There are some pieces that are not connected together, and all owned by the same property owner, which does give it accessibility. And the assessor is requesting to deny the request.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bradley. If you would please, given the number of cases, I'll allow more than 3 minutes. Please proceed, and if you're making an argument that's specific to one case instead of every case, please note that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I guess on the 3 comps listed on all of these, I've highlighted in kind of my own notes, all of these parcels are contiguous. There's no cutouts, no other roads going through it. Comparable R007050 is directly off of Highway 40. That's a paved road and maintained road. Comp R002934 also is a continuous parcel. It is directly off Stanley Road. I don't know if that's 312 or Highway 312 or how to say that, but that is a paved, maintained access. Comparable R003249, contiguous lot. This has access at 3 different points. I do not think it's paved on this one, but there are 3 separate portions of access. Obviously very important to marketability of the properties. And I guess the easiest way to do this is just starting with, let me see kind of what my notes for each of these are and see if I can take care of multiple at once. That'd probably be best, I guess, starting at R006821. This property does not have the access provided by the comps provided. We would kind of look at this as an open space parcel, and generally what we associate with that is about $2,000 an acre. We've seen stuff in counties far less than that, 2,000 an acre, I think is a pretty fair value for how small the piece is. Obviously, an open space is never going to buy this. Small of a piece of ground at 2 acres. Going to R006.
Sorry, sir. Assessor G, can you tell me what case number is R006821?
This case number. I have it,
6821 is 2561.
Thank you.
and we're hearing a unique argument on that one. So just to know, please proceed, sir.
Yes, and let me just go through my emails real quick and make sure. Nope, I don't have any case numbers as far as I can find. So I apologize for having to do it this way.
That's okay.
Going to account number R006808.
Case number 2559.
Thank you.
This parcel, kind of same thing. Its access is, I think, it does have access, but again, it's not paved. There's one, I guess, 4x4 trail to it. 2 of the 3 comps were right off of paved roads and maintained roads. Third comp had 3 separate accesses to it. This has just one. Going on to the next one. R006656.
Case number 2562.
This, again, no paved access as the first 2 comps have. I think the third comp is pretty dang close to this. However, you're driving way more to get to this comp. I've got it pulled up on the GIS map. That thing, the third comp the assessor provided, you kind of just straight shot up there. This thing, you got to go all the way west, and then you got to go south, and then you got to go east, and then you hit this property, and then this property is kind of bisected by this road. So it's not even a contiguous parcel, which all 3 of the assessor's comps were. That obviously hinders marketability. All right, there's that comp. Now going to account R00. Nope, we stipulated on that. Stipulate on that, stipulate on that. R003208. This property.
2558.
Thank you. This property is bisected by the road. Half of it is actually inaccessible. So I think at that point, at least half of this property should be just at an open space value. It's again, not a contiguous parcel and is not off of a paved road or highway. Final piece is R003211.
Case number 2557.
Same thing here. This half is bisected by a road, and a portion of it, I guess in doing so, let me just pull this one up real quick, is actually inaccessible. There is another mining claim through the middle of this property. So it is not contiguous, and a portion of it is inaccessible. I would argue $2,000 a acre is actually pretty high for inaccessible property. And we have some other properties landlocked by the Forest Service that, I mean, we're looking at like $1 or $2 per acre. I think those are all of the 5 we are protesting.
Okay, colleagues. I know I suggested we try to take these all up at once, but we do have fairly unique arguments on a parcel by parcel basis. I'm gonna actually suggest that we just start with 2557, and in fact, we can just go through them one at a time. So my apologies for that. So looking at 2557 first, this is the one, is this is the one that is bisected by another mining claim that has precedence? Am I hearing you correctly? It's the Machio or something like that?
3211 we're working with, case number 2557 is the mountain lion.
It's the mountain.
Correct. And it is, there's a little piece
to
the east that's split by the dreadnought. Teeny little piece.
Oh, I see. Okay, and then there's, so it's not highlighted, but that other trapezoid is part of the mountain.
That is correct.
I think from conversations yesterday, I think I remember that the way that bisection impacts the way you look at a property is in its location rating.
We look at a property by its location rating.
Like, well, when you have one mine claim that bisects a property right of another one, that impacts its location rating?
It does not necessarily, it could impact its location rating. We do have it as a fair location.
And
But this property is unique in that the owner of the property altogether makes a access.
and this one in particular, I mean, it has access just on basis of having the road go through it. Then I also heard the applicant discuss the road bisecting property as impacting its value. Can you help us understand that argument?
It typically does not. We might not be, unless we go out and look, we don't know. Our maps are not survey accurate, so it could be off a little bit as well.
I mean, I'm satisfied that the road goes through the middle of it, looking at the mountain lion.
Just
I-
out of curiosity, is this a house?
Off of Blue Ridge? Yes,
That last house,
yeah, it's right above,
the mountain lion and
Yeah,
the property.
it looks like a house to me.
A resident lived there for.
174 Blue Ridge.
Okay.
If I can ask, we're not talking about a house on this property, correct?
No.
No.
Okay, perfect.
Identifying the area.
Okay, thank you.
So then my question, Assessor G, we've evaluated a number of vacant parcels like this that have roads going across them. And I've not heard the argument that reduces the value. Do you see that would reduce the value or impact the location rating or anything else to have
It
a
does
route
not.
going through it?
It does not.
Okay, thank you. I agree with you on that one.
So these are like easements?
I don't know if there's easements that exist or not, probably not. But it does have the access off the Blue Ridge Road when you look at the properties as a whole.
I'm just thinking of like the four-wheel tours that go up and use all those roads and then go right through his property.
Mhm. I don't think I saw any easements on there. Let me do a double check. Are you aware of any easements?
Me? No, I'm not aware of any, which I think actually is worse for the property because what will happen is you'll have a title search show somebody accessing your property that isn't officialized. So you would need to go to court, which obviously is more of a hindrance on the property. You'd have to get an easement by necessity, private easement. You basically have to condemn an access, which would be legal fees. So I think that's actually worse to have a trail without an easement across your property.
And this is being assessed as vacant land,
Correct.
not natural resources, which is what we do when we determine there is no access.
That is correct.
You see here that there is access. So I think that looks appropriate. Help me verify, road type is part of that adjustment that we see for land writ large, right? So it says primary paved and 0.
Right.
It's up above where there's an adjustment.
Let me double check to make sure.
That's what she said before, is they lumped them all together.
That's what I thought I remembered.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So to the arguments about different four-wheel versus paved access, the system does make adjustments on that based on the regression analysis.
That is correct.
Colleagues, I know I've kind of jumped right in here. What other questions do you have?
Location rating fair, so that's pretty low. Topography steep, so that would bring it down.
Can part of a property be natural resources and part of a property be vacant?
No.
Okay, didn't think so.
And there was no adjustment for the four-wheel drive this time. There has been in the past. It gave the adjustment for the maintained versus non-maintained with the regression analysis.
Okay, so just to make sure I understand, when you looked at all the properties to understand which factors impact value, you weren't seeing the market valuing properties differently based on whether they had four-wheel or.
That is correct. And the sales for vacant land, if I may remind you, are July 1st, 2019 through June 30th, 2024. State statute states we can go back 5 years on sales if we don't have enough.
You are recommending a denial. I don't see any other factors to dig into here personally. Colleagues, how about you?
No, I know this area, because I live there. But I don't know if there's anything, it's already been adjusted for what it is. Beautiful up there.
Yeah, do you factor that in, beauty?
You.
Yeah.
Yeah, in this case, they're saying it does not have a great view. Do you have anything to add?
I don't.
No, we do not have it marked for review. We do not have it marked for southern exposure as well.
Okay.
So yeah, with a steep topography and everything else, it sounds like you brought it down as far as it goes, right?
Correct. And I think what we have said to other people with the vacant land who said they don't have access is maybe request a driveway permit when they're grouped like this.
That is worth stating again here is that the bar that we set for determining there is no access when there appears to be access is to attempt to get a driveway permit. If we see that a driveway permit was denied, we would view that as evidence that there is no access. So to summarize, I mean, I think the comparables look appropriate and the characteristics of the property look accurate. I don't see any cause to disagree with the assessor here, colleagues.
Would you like a motion?
Yeah, if you agree, I think the motion is appropriate.
Do you agree? Yep. Okay. I move that the Board of Equalization deny appeal 25-57.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. So now we're going to go to 2558. Sorry, you did mention this, but I do want to just, in fairness, anything specific to this property that you'd like to state or restate?
And that is your 3208.
Let me go back to 3208.
If you could, sir, do you know the name of the claim on this one?
Yeah, 3208 is Nat. Oh gosh.
Nat
Yep, there you go. I'm not gonna even
That's
pretend.
the one I was struggling with too. Thank you. Sorry for interrupting you. Proceed.
This one's again bisected by the road. Half of it's inaccessible. I think the assessor's made a couple arguments that we own, maybe on a couple of these, the piece dissecting it. I don't know if that's for sure on these. However, we're assessing these parcels individually, not as a whole. If the assessor wants to to assess this thing as a whole, we could combine it, and have one tax notice instead of, 10 or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely.
I kind of generally disagree with all of the metrics. I don't think a $380 change based on being off a paved road versus a 4x4 road is true in the market whatsoever. I have a hard time believing that if you had a 5-acre piece of ground and you've got a road going through it, somebody's going to pay the same amount to have other people drive through the middle of the property as they would if the road just hit minimally onto the lot. And I'd say those are pretty standard comments for all of these.
Okay. Thank you. We do have precedent here. It's our practice to, when a property owner owns adjoining properties, to view the fact that the property owner can give themselves access.
That is correct.
As access, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
I think his point was he wasn't sure that if property has a road running through it, if that decreases its value.
It does not.
Okay, thank you.
And
That's a personal matter.
Okay.
No, we don't do that.
And the regression analysis is sort of, I view as kind of the gold standard of using data to ascertain what does and doesn't affect values. It's done every 2 years, so
That is correct.
market preference changes, it catches that.
That is correct. And we'll do the regression again in 2 years.
And I'm not sure I personally would view that adjustment as so small as one buyer, but I do trust the regression analysis and its ability to broaden the scope to just look at the patterns of all the buyers that are actually making purchases.
That is correct, and it is audited.
And I apologize for this. I again thought the email said we were at 8:30, so I have to go to a fire inspection now. Somebody at our office, Lisa, is in attendance listening, but I appreciate all your time. And obviously we'll get mailed the decisions from here. But thank you again. I hope you guys have a good rest of your day.
And you are comfortable with us proceeding?
Yes, and Lisa's on if you have any general questions. But I think we've kind of said all we need to say at this point.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Peter, do you recommend I bring up, I assume it's that phone number that is.
That's her.
Yes, I would probably cross her over just in the event we need to ask any questions.
I'm not sure you can cross over phone numbers, but you can give her the ability to speak.
Okay.
And do you have the ability to listen?
Yep.
Lisa, if you can hear us, we just did cross you over and we've asked you to unmute just so that you can participate if you wish.
And acknowledge that you hear us.
Okay. The applicant did state that he's comfortable with us proceeding. Let us proceed. This is case 2558. Again, I think that the comparables are appropriate and the characteristics are accurate as reported by the assessor. Colleagues, do you agree?
Yes.
I do have a question. If you look at this map, and they both say that they're five. This is just a general, not really.
Are you asking if we're sure the acreage is accurate?
Mountain lion first, and then we did this with emails.
I think what's happening here is because multiple properties on the map you're looking at are highlighted. If these other properties weren't, you would be able to see the boundaries of the Natchioshes and then it actually extends underneath the other ones.
So then you double own it?
It's just considered conflicts is what we call them.
And he didn't contest the acreage and he was.
No, the only way we would change acres is with a survey. I would not touch any acres without that.
Okay.
We have seen people combine properties as he suggested he may do, and that would change the acreage of the combined piece of property.
Correct, and he would get one statement.
Then if he wanted to go sell it, he'd have to get them separated again.
Right, which is difficult to do.
Combinations are easier to accomplish than.
That's right.
Okay, so then I don't think there's anything else, colleagues, if you agree, I agree with the assessor's recommendation to that.
I would like to make a motion to deny and the protesters' claim and accept the assessor's assessment on 2550.
Okay,
I second.
we have a motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. 2559 is the next case. As the protester stated, the arguments are the same. Just a quick scan of the characteristics shows that they are the same. I think I would support the same conclusion of accepting the assessor's recommendation. Assessor G, do you have anything to add?
I do not. And Lisa just emailed me and she said she can hear us.
Okay.
Oh, very
Love
good.
it. Okay.
Thank you.
Um,
And my understanding is that the road quality maintained or not maintained, or trail isn't directly relevant.
If it's maintained or not maintained, we do have a slight adjustment. We do not for four-wheel drive and pave this time.
Okay, so.
And I think that's why typically we do have that, but the cells that we looked at this time with regression analysis did not display that.
So, but I didn't care about that during this assessment period.
All right.
I think we're ready for a motion. Don't want to get out in front of you.
Okay. I move that the Board of Equalization accept, or rather, accept the assessor's assessment and deny the appeal in property 25-59.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, 2561 is the Ohio Bell. Will you highlight anything that's unique about this case?
It's like it's the same case. It looks like it's probably a little smaller. Perhaps it's about half the size. But nothing other than what we've been discussing.
Okay, thank you. Then colleagues, do you see cause? Do you have any questions about this, or do you agree with the assessor?
Hold on one second.
It is chopped up a little bit more though. If you're looking at your second page here, but it still has access. Can I rescind on what I said?
Of course.
Okay, with the way that this one is chopped up, it couldn't be combined because it's not contiguous. I could make a case to make this a natural resource.
And we're talking about the Ohio Bell on the mountain. That's the one that has 2 properties.
That's
with
one. 3 pieces, yeah. It's this one right here. It's got this piece, and this piece is the Ohio Bell.
Okay.
And see how it's chopped up? It could not be combined. The little piece could here, but they don't split up the properties. They wouldn't split the properties up. to do a combination of lots.
Okay,
This one would just be not included in the combination. It could not be included.
I'll buy that. If you think this should be natural resources, what would be the value of natural resources?
It's $200 per acre.
2.394 acres.
Let me see. 2561. I'd have to create a whole new model for it to get you an answer quickly, but let's see. 6821.
You said $200 per acre?
Yes, 2.394 times 200, approximately $500 would be the actual value.
That is totally different than.
It is totally
From
different.
35,000 to 200 something?
A natural resource, yeah, because otherwise it's based on the characteristics, but this one could not be done in the combination. It could not be.
And that's even though the majority of it is accessible to Blue Ridge Road.
Yes, but I don't think it would be buildable based on the pieces being chopped off. It doesn't look that way to me, and you got another little piece here, right above the American Eagle.
Yeah.
It's made into 4 different pieces. And it.
I defer to you.
Thank you.
You're the expert. So what would the price be again? I'm sorry.
But it'd be $500.
You should be very happy about that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
So would I just say, to make natural resource value $500?
Yeah, it's gonna be approximately $500.
Okay,
Cause it's gonna round.
okay.
So we, for the record, is there a way to get the actual price?
I can try working on a model if you'd like.
Donna, if it's the acreage times 200, then it would be 478.80. Is that?
Is that the way you do it?
480. Because we round to the 10.
Okay. So 480.
Correct.
So the motion would be to recategorize this property as natural resources with a value of 480.
Correct.
Okay, I'm ready if you all agree with that.
Sure. I move that the Board of Equalization amend the value of property number 25-61, recognizing its categorization of natural resources as opposed to vacant land, for a total of $480.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Passes. 2562 is the final Bear Creek Development Corporation case
We had the 3 that he did want to discuss.
that he did not want to discuss.
Yeah, no, he pulled 3 of them.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I missed that part.
Yes.
And thing that is unique in this case, Assessor G. This is the Lady Elgin.
That's the one that's right above the one we changed to a natural resource. But it is connected to, that could be combined. If it was truly, Lady Egan is right there.
And it's got Blue Ridge Road going right through it.
It does,
So looks to me like it has access.
correct. Me too.
Okay. I don't see any cause to make any changes. The characteristics look accurate. Actually, the location rating on this one is comparables with the property. So I, the assessor.
And the only thing the applicant stated with respect to that is that there's no paved access. And that's not relevant in this case.
That's correct.
Okay. Promotion?
Yes.
I would like to make a motion to deny the request from the petitioner and accept the assessor's assessment on 2562.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you to the applicant. Let's go back through. We have, I believe, two more cases. Let's go to Weber.
Mr. Chair, sorry to interrupt. Before you move on, if you could just again state on the record that I believe it was case numbers 2555, 2556, and 2560 were withdrawn, and that the board accepted the stipulations of the withdrawal. So those matters are withdrawn from the agenda.
Yes, can I accept as stated on the record what you just stated?
Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you for doing that.
And when he says withdrawn, just to be clear, that means he withdraws his challenge to the assessment and it goes to, it remains what the assessor assessed.
That is correct, and he may not appeal on those three matters.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Good catch. Let's go to Mr. Weber. Because Mr. Weber is not Mr. or Mrs., I don't know, gender of the protester.
Eric and
Because we don't see any of the protesting parties here. Can we confirm that they did receive notice of this hearing?
Weber did confirm.
Okay, and so we may proceed.
What's their number?
25, excuse me, 2544.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Number 2544, Assessor G, proceed.
Okay, I do have pictures on this one from the interior from online. If you guys wanted to look, I do have one that was here. This is for 428 Upper Elk Creek Drive in Evergreen. We currently have it valued at 1,385,680. We ran several comparables on this one. We have 451 Sawmill Creek that came in at 1,393,660. Then we have 425 Upper Elk Valley Drive, which came in at 2,053,476. Then we have 1845 Santa Fe Mountain Road, which came in at 1,455,268. We do have it in average condition, 4.5 baths, 4 bedrooms, 3 garage spaces, 3,380 square foot with 961 finished basement, and we do have it in good quality for at the time of it was built. We did recommend a denial on this.
And it has 35.81 acres.
Correct. And his appeal, he said he did an appreciation study on the property. I'm not sure what that means.
But that's not something that state statute
No,
requires.
no, because we do want to do it on the sales approach for sales that occurred July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2024.
And nothing was provided beyond that statement.
That is correct.
Okay.
And I do think it's Christina that, because she's the one that signed it. It is the protester.
Okay.
I keep saying he.
My apologies. Colleagues looking at these comparables, the assessed value is actually below all of the comparables. And one of the comparables, is above 2 million. I don't see any space to do anything here. I agree with the assessor.
I agree.
Okay, I think we're ready for a motion.
I would like to make a motion to deny the petitioner's request and accept the assessor's assessment on 2544.
I second.
Motion and a second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion passes. The next case on my list is Gray. Recent Jane Gray. I can confirm that They are not in attendance. There's only one person in the attendee list, staff. Confirm Assessor G that they received notice.
Confirmed.
Okay. Let us proceed. Assessor G.
Okay. We have 1103 Aspen Drive in Evergreen. We have we had a value of 970,960. As an assessor appeal level, we did decrease it a teeny bit down to 960,800. And that was based on comparable sales. The first comparable was 610 Meadowview Drive, came in at a value of 996,528. We have 578 Meadowview Drive that came in at 960,112. We have 280 Elk Valley Drive, which came in at 1,076,468. We have 82 Mountain View Drive, which came in at 926,752. And then we have 71 Sawmill Creek Road, came in at 960,800, looking to be the most comparable that we adjusted to. The petitioner attached some comparable sales for us to look at. We used all of her comparable sales. Being 82 Meadowview, 610 Meadowview, 280 Elk, and 71 Sawmill. We used every single one of hers.
So in this case, the protester, one of the comparables provided by the protester was the one you found to be the most comparable.
That is correct.
And it just turns out that the adjusted value didn't
change that
much. Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions, colleagues.
Nope. Without them being here for us to ask them questions.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
I
I don't see anything jumping out.
think we're ready for a motion.
I move that the Board of Equalization accept the county's assessor's assessment of property number 25-47.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
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 We do have one more for last.
2539 Advogel. Correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Colleagues, I can confirm Sherry Heidvogel is not in attendance. Assessor G, can you confirm that she did receive? It's like her and James.
She could not attend. She did receive the notice, but cannot attend.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay, this is for property at 2650 Witter Gulch Road in Evergreen. We had a value of 746,890 at the assessor level appeal. Based on the comparables, we decreased it by 82,950 down to 663,940. The petitioner did provide us with some comps. One was it wasn't a sale. Another one was an A-frame as compared to a traditional home. The other one was 576 square foot, which we weren't comfortable comparing to 1147 when other square foot, when we have other comps closer. Same with this other one, was 720 square foot. So we did use some comps that we felt were closer in square footage and more comparable in the same location. We have 62 Aspen Place at 835, 578. We have 331 Snyder Mountain Road at 584, 506. We've got 2306 Witter Gulch Road at 634, 622. And then our last one, which is our value of the property, most comparable at 238 Snyder Mountain Road. And that's at the 663, 944.
Colleagues, questions? I have none.
I'm not seeing anything that would make me question the assessor.
I agree. Okay.
Yeah.
I think we're ready for a motion.
No.
Let's see. I would like to make a motion to accept the adjusted amount by the assessor for 2539.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. And that concludes with extreme gratitude. Organization hearings for the day.
Thank you.
We're now back sitting as the Board of County Commissioners. We have two executive sections. I think the appropriate thing is to take those next. Peter, do you agree? Okay, give me a nod when you're prepared.
I do. I am prepared.
I move the board into executive session for the following purposes.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224B, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to Tabor and its application to ballot questions. And pursuant to CRS 24640224B, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions pertaining to the board's budget authority as it relates to the sheriff's office, operations, and staffing.
Second.
I second. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the board will adjourn into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made because that motion passes. Forgot to say that. We will return here to conclude the public sessions. You like an estimate? And probably, I'm gonna guess it will take us an hour to do both. Okay. Do you have the smell of the barn? Ready to go home?
Me?
I was actually asking Jody, but
Smell of the barn, don't tell me that when I had to spend, not last night, but the night before cleaning out the chicken coop in the middle of the night.
oh, I'm not suggesting you smell like a barn.
No, I was smelling the barn then.
That's hilarious.
No, that was a long shower after.
Yeah, no thanks.
And I felt like I had bugs all over me.
Put out an agreement so we could go out to people getting scholarships.
I'm gonna grab a little black chair.
I also prefer the black chairs.
Those, I feel like they're just pushing me out.
I know, I feel like I'm like this the whole time, like, and I don't like it.
Notice I'm just gradually.
Yep.
Actually, Dr. Cog has really nice and they're like mesh.
Oh, interesting.
That's not like a hammock, but.
What's wrong?
Using my personal cell phone.
Is it under your stuff?
No,
This is a good.
my phone's not ringing on my head. Shit,
Probably in your car.
not ringing on my.
I just don't know the code. That's above my.
I'm not connected.
Do you want me to go look in your car?
Yes, will you do that for me?
Do you have a keys?
You send it over. Never mind.
Okay, the board has concluded one of the two executive sessions. No written minutes were kept, no decisions were made. We're adding an additional executive session. Peter, are you prepared?
I will be in 1 second. Yes.
Okay, I move the board into executive session for the following purpose.
Pursuant to CRS 24640224F, for the county attorney to meet with the Board of County Commissioners for the purpose of discussing personnel matters related to the county's severance policy, but not regarding commissioners or elected officials, or to discussions of personnel policies generally.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, the board will adjourn into executive session. No written minutes will be kept. No decisions will be made. When we return, we will conclude the remainder of the public agenda. Okay, the board has concluded its executive session. No written minutes were kept, no decisions were made. We have one final thing on the agenda. I want to make sure are you seeing Peter Lichtman online?
Yep, Peter's here.
Hi, Peter. We have in front of us, we are sitting as the Board of County Commissioners, in agreement with the Clear Creek Schools Foundation in support of childcare. Peter, I think you're the most appropriate party to describe this agreement.
Sure, thank you. So, in working, the county did a request for proposals asking for seeking an administrator to distribute childcare funds that the county intended and intends to take from lodging tax proceeds as allowed by law and as is voted and approved by the voters, to divert some of that money towards childcare in the county. Sorry for the delay if there's a delay on the camera, but so that being said, after the request for proposals was done, the most qualified and responsive bidder was the Schools Foundation. The Schools Foundation was selected to administer these funds. In the proposal they provided, they indicated they would be working or seek a local partner to also assist with that. I worked with the Schools Foundation on negotiating the contract. Last year, we worked with the Schools Foundation on a very similar matter. We are starting the agreement essentially from scratch since we went through an RFP process now. This agreement provides that the Schools Foundation will work with its local partner to create a scholarship committee that will set a criteria to evaluate applicants to receive childcare funds. Those funds, just so we're clear, will be directed towards childcare providers on behalf of the applicant families that are chosen. The childcare providers will also be vetted. The Schools Foundation will again work with their local partner to accomplish that. The other thing that's noted that's important to have is that the county will have its it will be the human services director, but certainly somebody from human services will serve as a representative on the scholarship committee as well as the vetting committee for the providers. And that individual, on behalf of the county, must approve the criteria that's determined and the selections as well. The Schools Foundation has agreed to that as well. It gives the county the opportunity to have a real say in ensuring that the tax dollars that are being donated are appropriately spent. We are fortunately still, notwithstanding Human Services involvement in that, indemnified by the Schools Foundation. The agreement itself is for a 5-year term. Now, that's very unusual for us. Typically, the county does 1-year agreements. If an agreement goes beyond 1 year, it's usually because a project that's being undertaken exceeds the 1 year. However, by law, what we put in those agreements is that each year money must be appropriated, and if it's not, the agreement is void. The reason that I drafted this agreement to be 5 years is because the scholarship terms, meaning the school year essentially, while these scholarships for childcare provision, they occur from basically August to August of each year. But the county, as part of its due diligence and its oversight, would want reports from the Schools Foundation that would go beyond that school year. Because after that school year is over, we want to hear, how did the program go? Where did you spend the money? Tell us all about that. So this allows for the term of the agreement not to get in the way of those continued obligations, and it will run easier in the future as a result of that. The agreement can always be amended and modified along the way, so that opportunity is there for us. I believe, and the other thing is that there are reporting requirements in that agreement. Each February and September of every year, there will be certain criteria reports. The initial report this February will be minimal just because we will have just started this year. But there are specifications for what's expected there and then any future reports. And I believe that's it. Any questions?
So the purpose of this is scholarship only. We are not building additional childcare facilities. We are supporting childcare facilities via the scholarship so that there will be a demand and so that families can afford to send their children to existing childcare facilities.
So last year, when the county entered into its original agreement with the schools foundation, part of the funds that did go towards the construction and development and basically onboarding essentially of that facility that is being built by the schools foundation through contributions. That was also not just from our lodging tax proceeds, but also from ARPA money. And as a result, it was a much more significant donation at the time. This time around, this is strictly for scholarships to afford for family, to go to families so they can afford childcare in the future. When the facility that's the schools foundation has is building is completed and open, we can always modify the agreement if we want to somehow divert or ensure that certain amounts go towards supporting those positions. That's a down the road thing, but for now, this is strictly related to the scholarship funds. Any other minimal amounts that I know are tangentially related to childcare, such as workforce development and things of that nature, are separate and apart from this and not considered part of this agreement.
Thank you.
I also did ask the question to Peter, if we were to be able to collect more monies, if we could, put some of this lodging tax towards the development of building the, Clear Creek Foundations. He said that we would have to alter the contract as well. Because this is just strictly for scholarships.
All right.
And amending a contract is not difficult, especially if it's an amendment like that. What we do is simply refer to the original and then just point out where the amendment is, the new amended language that we're adding. In the interim on this present agreement, each year that the county donates funds, assuming it chooses and is able to do it in the future, if indeed it's just supposed to go towards scholarships, then that will simply be memorialized in a letter when those funds are transferred. If, however, there are differences and we do want it to go outside of just scholarships, then we'll amend the agreement for that purpose.
Thank you.
Okay, I just have one comment, which is to thank the voters for approving the expansion of the allowable uses of the lodging tax so that we can spend the lodging tax on things like this instead of, or in addition to, I guess, in addition to marketing. That's how we're doing this and really glad that we have the option.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments? Presuming that we intend to support this contract, I think we're ready for a motion.
I would like to make an motion for the agreement in support of childcare in Clear Creek County. I don't know if that's enough.
That's it. That's all you need.
Okay.
And I will second it.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thanks everybody who is part of getting this done. That is, oh, I have a question, actually, just a quick, this is, now that the contract's approved, how should we go about getting it signed?
It's just you that signs it.
I saw just my name on the signature block. Do you want me to hang out and get it signed today? Should we?
I mean, yeah, and then you would bring it over to Mitch to get him, but he has to notarize it.
So I did send it to Mitch to get his signature and notarization. My suggestion would be is that once Mitch sends that to me or provides it, then I will get it to George for his signature.
Okay.
I have to sign it as well, so we'll take care of that. But I will follow up. I'm looking just to happen to see if Mitch is online right now. But he is not attending, so I will reach out to him to let him know past, remind him to execute it and get it notarized, and then we'll have George sign.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. That's anything else on this or anything else?
Can I just ask what the motion was? I said move to support childcare in Clear County. Is that what it was?
There was a motion to approve the agreement.
Approve the agreement. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
In
Sorry.
support of childcare in Clear Creek County.
Move to.
I'll give you, here's the language.
Thank you. Got it. Thank you. Love it.
Excellent. Thank you all. You're adjourned.
Thank you.